So, here we are. Oh, fucking, we got Viagra and Garfield here now. Fuck. Alright, new page. Just for me to look at. You guys can still chill on Garfield and Viagra if you want. I just want something that is blank to look at for a second. Alrighty. So, campaign 2. We're going to start. We got some new faces here this time around. We've got Weebs and Riley are joining us now. We've lost Swag, unfortunately. Big sad, but I mean, he's got other commitments, and we respect that. We're also now live on YouTube and Kick as well, doing a full multi-stream. And I am going to not be streaming as much of a DM's perspective as much as a kind of like player's perspective. So viewers can enjoy the story a bit more without the spoilers that used to just be on the screen all the time. Which also means that you guys can rewatch the streams if you want, because I mean, I'm not going to be spoiling a bunch of shit. In terms of maps, I can't really help it. They're going to be revealed on my end. Or maybe I can figure out a way to not have them revealed on my... No, but I don't know. I'll figure it out. We'll figure something out.
Comments are fine after.
But, yeah. Campaign 2. I don't want to do this, man. This is scary. This is terrifying.
Okay, we can do it another time.
Yeah, we can
Bye,
do it
guys.
another
See you
time.
later.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
There we go. First roll of the campaign.
Doesn't count. You guys didn't call for it.
I didn't call for it. Also, it's a 4, which means, oh, fuck, that's going to be terrible.
I just rolled for how good the campaign's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be dog shit. Thanks, Spy. Way to set low expectations here. So, I was about to say, where were we?
I don't know, Jazz. Where were we?
Well, we were in a
In the
monster
beginning,
fan, but
There
now
was
we're
life.
300 years later. It's been a while since we last saw Eldoria. And you know what? I think that as much as I want to draw this out more, that's just not gonna be a good idea. So I think we just need to start. As scared as I am. Yeah. So I'm fucking scared. I don't want to do this.
Get on with it! Come on!
The first session is just him prepping himself.
Yeah, okay, guys, it's gonna be like 4 or 5 hours of just like I just need to calm down. Okay, I need
It's just
to.
Jazz edging us for 5
You
hours.
have a intro written down, right? Just start with that.
I do, but I don't want to start with that because I want to start with a bit more history.
It's like those
I guess I could
videos
start
where
now.
it's just 1 hour of silence, but interrupted with Jazz hedging us of starting D&D.
Just me sitting
All
here,
right, here we go.
like my hands on my face.
Pure
just like-
silence, and then just, oh no.
I'm just like breathing heavily, like trying to get myself worked up for it, and then I'm like, all right, so no, I'm not ready. Fuck it, no, not yet.
Where were we?
It's just another 20 minutes before we hear anything back from you.
Yeah, then
And
it just
eventually it's just like,
disappear.
oh, we're out of time.
Yep. Nah, fuck, I gotta go to work, guys. Sorry. We'll try again next week. So, we turn our focus this time around to the lands of Karahsoa, where 17 years ago, before present day, a couple of divers working for a biology company were taking soil samples from the depths of the Karahsoa Lake. Whilst taking these samples and drilling into the earth, they hit something. Something that sparked and cracked and shoved their drill back into them and then began to glow from the hole. They dug a bit more, and then they found this arcane rock-type material down below, beneath the surface. And upon excavating a bit more, it flaked off into these sheets of just pure energy, almost it felt. And as it dissipated off into the water, it just relaxed into still metal. They took these samples back to the marine facility where they were analyzed and discovered that these were imbued with some kind of magical properties and could be replicated. They named the new metal Dinium, and it started the largest industrial revolution Eldoria has ever seen. New technologies are being discovered every day with the new metal, and things are moving in full swing. They've commenced massive mining operations around where this metal was discovered so that they can get as much of it out of the ground as they can, as it is in such a high demand. This great lake, filled with a bunch of small different islands, was eventually sectioned off with large walls going all the way down, and they drilled down deep enough into the earth until it cracked into the underworld, where all the water flooded down, leaving a barren pit where the largest mining operation in the history of Eldoria commenced. These massive mining camps just set to mine Dinium. Got to the point where they were so good at it and they were able to get it out of the ground so efficiently and transport it into Harpenkala, where the main processing facility is, that there became an abundance of it in the world. And as it flooded into the lands of Eldoria, people were creating new constructs and imbuing magic into just ordinary everyday items, and quality of life rose immensely. Medicine, everyday life, just the simplest of things became even simpler with arcane imbued technologies. We turn now to 17 years after the discovery of Dinium, where we open into a large train station-esque area in the heart of Harpenkala, the capital city of Karahsoa. Steam erupting everywhere as these skyway carriages are coming in and landing on the tracks and disembarking, hearing loud bursts of steam and energy forcing themselves out of these engines as they land. People get off, just a culmination of all these different transports in one location. This area is dimly lit and just full of steam. The roof of this area is vented well, but still, the amount of steam and energy just kind of floating in the air almost puts pressure down on the people below. We zoom in farther and see two individuals walking through people, just kind of briskly. Two shorter individuals, one looking a bit metallic and one a halfling, as they walk towards a skyway carriage, seeing what appears to be a conductor in a nice suit with a few brass edgings along the side, who is taking tickets from individuals who are boarding the train. And Quinn and Wayfarer, if you would like to describe what people see.
The camera pans in on these two, and you see a halfling, not really any particularly shorter or taller than the rest of them. He tends to wear more greens, kind of monochromatic. He doesn't really let himself stand out too much. He has a hood, though it's not up. He travels particularly lightly, though he does have like a pouch that hangs off of his shoulder. He stands next to the other person right next to him.
Yeah, and then the other person is just a little bit taller than Quim, not by much, but it's kind of like what would appear at first to be a warforged or automaton, but it's all like kind of broken down, and parts where the armor is broken and missing, there's just a continuously waving like magical blue, yellow, green energy just flowing through him constantly. And he has he's wearing just like tattered kind of bluish robe. He has a big backpack on his back. Seems full of stuff, but not particularly heavy. And yeah.
As you guys walk up, traveling kind of lightly, staring at your tickets, making sure that you're in the right gate at the correct train and about to board the right transport, you see a line beginning to form in front of a gentleman. Like I said, long, dark coat with some brass edgings. He's got a small, little, scruffy, brownish beard with some dark gray hair that kind of like furls down the side of his head, almost parting in the center and then tucked back into a ponytail. People appear to be handing him their tickets, and he's stamping them and checking them off, and appears to be scribbling a little bit of something on it.
You know, it's not quite often we have to take the railroad to get anywhere, really. We're gonna have to charge extra for this one, I suppose.
Who was it that gave you this quest again, Mr. Quinn?
Oh, I'm not particularly certain. I never cared to check. It was a note slipped under the door in our off hours. I thought it was quite interesting, so I decided to follow it first thing. That's why I woke you up so early.
Yes, what exactly are we doing? You never bothered to enlighten me on it.
Yes, I have not enlightened myself on that yet as well. You will find out.
So we're going out of the city for a job we don't even know what it entails?
Yes, sir.
That sounds like fun.
Should be, yes. Did you tell Gretchen that we were going to be out?
I had assumed you had told Gretchen.
Oh, she'll be fine.
Is she still alive?
No, I haven't checked in a good 10 day. I'm sure she makes a noise every now and then.
She must be fine.
Yes, it's all in a day's work for her. She's very good at staying absolutely still.
It's right about now that the line begins to come up to you, and you see this tall gentleman standing before you. Oh, aren't you some small folks? Do you have your tickets ready?
Yes, I believe I do. I may have forgotten to get it ready. I pull into my satchel and I open it. I pull out a few different things, some of which aren't important, and I end up just kind of tossing it. Oh yes, here it is.
Awesome. Thank you very much. He takes the 2 tickets. He looks them over. Oh, VIPs. Don't really get many of those for these shorter passages, but I mean, if you like to live in comfort, gotta respect it. You guys will be in the first carriage. You can just walk through the center past the dining car, and then up at the front. It is sold out, which is a bit odd. Normally... never mind. And he takes it and he cuts a little wedge in both the tickets and then does a little scribble on it, hands it back to you. Would either of you like to be checking bags today? I see you have a small little satchel, but we do offer checking the bags if you'd like to be a bit more lighter, during the journey.
No, I travel with everything I got right here. Just a few pounds won't slow me down.
Gotcha. No worries. Love it. Respect it. Anyways, please enter. Make yourself comfortable, and thank you for flying with the Harpenkala Airways.
Yes, gentlemen. One last thing before we go. That dining car is that extra?
On the shorter journey, this should only take about an hour. We don't actually offer the dining car in the shorter journeys, unfortunately. But your stewardess, I believe, Patience will be taking care of you. She will be offering snack services as well as a small beverage service.
Oh, delightful! I haven't eaten in 4 moons.
Really?
Yes. It's so I'm quite excited.
terribly sorry. We'll make sure that you're well fed, Mr. Sorry.
Tenspark.
Tenspark. Thank you, Mr. Tenspark. And your companion there. Welcome. Like I said, to Harpenkala Airways.
I like give him a like 2-finger salute, and I get onto the car.
Gotcha.
As I walk past him, my head just kind of like turns an unnatural amount and just keeps watching him until he's out of sight.
You walk onto this train, and you're basically immediately met with the smell of like flowers and lavender, bit of basil in the air, almost like a bit of a mist hits you in the face. And it's at this point that you realize that there is a sensor on the door with a small little air freshener that is spurting. Basically, anytime someone enters the train, it reads the sensor, and then it just gives a little spurt right in the general vicinity of the entryway, just to kind of mark that embodiment of peace and like just kind of comfort that these Skyway carriages go for. You then make your way towards the front, and you pass the dining car, and it's completely empty. It's lit dimly. There's candles and different lights along the side that are dimmed and not really activated at the moment. You do take in how soft the carpet is in here. The first carriage is pretty much just a standing carriage. As you enter, you just see a bunch of people that are kind of standing, almost like a crowded bus. And there's no seating in here. You can tell that this is just quick transport, quick and efficient, no comfort, just an easy way to travel, and no one really goes for that comfort type style. So you move past everyone, and you get to the end where you see a big, large door. And as you click it open and slide it to the side, you are once again met with a mist of lavender and sage. And as you enter, you see a beautiful, well-lit room with these gold and rose patterns on the walls, windows that are just barely cracked, but the steam appears to be blocked as well. Like, the windows are open, but the steam is from the outside, just the ambient steam from being in the port here isn't entering the carriage. Some kind of either screen or something must be blocking it out of the way. And you come into this carriage, and you see about 4 other people sat in here, as well as what appears to be someone in a nice tight dress with a small cap on the side. Evidently, you assume to be your stewardess.
As we travel through the cars, I pull out like a small handbook, and I actually start to do really hasty sketches of each car and then I overlay onto them bullet points of any imperfections that I find. So like when we were in the dining car, I'm like, oh well, the cover for that table had a little cut on this corner, and when we went through all the people, I'd actually noticed whose clothes were a little bit torn and everything. And then again, once we come in here, I do another sketch, and I write down just bullet points of every little thing that just is like just the smallest imperfection, and I take note of that. And we like kind of walk up to the stewardess, but I also don't really pay her much mind. I'm still like scribbling. I have Wayfarer for that.
I'm just like standing in the doorway, looking at each person like very deeply in turn.
Gotcha. You walk up to the stewardess kind of, and she's kind of like bent over what appears to be a beverage cart, and she's counting. She's got a little sheet of paper on top that she's kind of jotting down numbers on. It's very obvious to you that she's doing counts on what just kind of different liquids and snacks that she has in this cart, just making sure that she has the right amount that she's going to need for the journey and whatnot. Yeah, as you walk up to her, she kind of like senses your presence almost, and turns around, stands up. You see a large human woman with nice golden silk hair tied into a little ponytail that's tucked over the side of her shoulder. Like I said, she's sporting a nice tight dress, blackish dress with some gray linings on the side. Quinn, just because of how how much you study people and whatnot, what you take in. You see a small pouch on her where her breast pocket is, where she's got a large golden pen tucked in, and it just reads on the pen. You actually read kind of like upright. You just see the word Maharin written across it, and she stands up. Oh, hello. Welcome to Harpenkala Airways. Are you VIPs on our journey to Everton this evening?
No, I'm still busy taking everything in and putting it on my notebook. So I actually, using like the back end of the pen, I gesture over my shoulder with like a two-toned whistle and just like point her towards Wayfarer.
My friend. Could I just double check your tickets, please, if you don't mind?
Talking to me or him?
Talking down to you. Basically, like as he points, she was kind of flustered and just kind of like moves her attention over to you and says that.
Hello there. I believe my friend right there has our tickets. If you wish to inquire about them.
Oh, yes. My friend. I just to double check that you're in the right spot. Not saying that I don't think that you are, but just to double check. Could I just see your tickets, please?
Oh yes, if the matter was so simple, you could have just said so from the beginning. And
Sorry,
I pulled it out from my bag and I handed it over to her.
My apologies. Sorry, it caught me at a bit of a bad time. I was a little busy, unfortunately. My apologies. Oh yes, perfect spot. So you guys are in the first and second seat up at the front row there, in front of the table there, next to Mr. Greenwald, who's up there. And your names were?
Tenspark. Quinn Tenspark, actually.
Tenspark.
I like your pen.
Thank you. My boss gave it to me.
What's the significance of Maharin?
Oh, that's his name.
Oh. Well, I'm sure he was a formidable person.
He is.
Is still alive.
Yes.
That's
yes,
good.
Yes. Very.
Congratulations. And
thank
I move on.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I guess. Congrats on it being a boss. You guys go and you find your seats, and it's about now as we kind of pan back out into the outside, and we zoom in on a smaller individual, kind of tucked away with a large trench coat, holding himself high, kind of like looking around, got his ticket up, staring. You see a large, scruffy, grayish brown beard. Is a dwarven man searching around, looking for the right carriage, but quite unable to find. Weebs, would you care to describe what they see?
All right, so you see, as you said, a large, small man who has a nice, like, premium blue, like, overcoat, but then underneath you see like a tattered white, like, just shirt, I guess is the best way to put it. And as he walks, you can hear a clink every time the right foot sits down and the left foot seems normal. You see a eye, like his left eye is covered with this mechanical, it almost looks like a camera lens in a way, the way that it kind of turns and refocuses. And yeah, pretty much what you see.
As you're kind of like staring around, your lens flicking in and out, just kind of twisting and kind of just like as it's basically just like zooming in and zooming out, trying to find what you're looking for. A tall human man with a very slim figure in a nice suit walks up to you. Excuse me, sir. I've been watching you looking around, and you appear to be somewhat lost. Can I help you find your way, potentially?
Yes, I have this ticket. Can you help me find my cart?
Your cart? Yes. Most certainly. He pulls up your ticket. He looks at it, looks around. Oh, Bay 3. Just if you walk, you see that gate just down the way there? If you go through that and then you take a right, it'll be just right on your left. And you'll see a nice dressed man taking tickets, and you'll on the side of the train a nice big number 4, as you see here, Skyway carriage number 4.
So a left on my right. What?
Sorry, my friend. So you're gonna go through that gate. You're gonna take you're gonna take a left, and then immediately to your right, there's going to be
Okay.
a man there taking tickets.
Thank you.
Yes. No worries.
So he's gonna make his way over there.
Make your way on down, and you see the same man as you saw before. And as you were walking up, you see a shorter individual and a short, weird-looking metallic figure entering into the train, and the line behind them. As you join into the line, takes about maybe 2 minutes, and then it gets to you. Oh, hello. Tickets, please.
Here's my ticket.
Thank you, sir. Oh, another VIP. Lovely. Here, and he cuts a little triangle out of the bottom of your ticket and then does a little scribble on it, hands it back to you. Just all the way through all the carts here. In the first one, Patience will be there to help you find your seats.
Patience?
Patience, yes. That is your stewardess for this journey.
I see.
Yes.
So he'll make his way through.
Lovely. And as you do, you see a very similar thing. You are met with the same mist, but it's more above your head. So it takes a second for it to drop down to where. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot you're about the same. You're probably actually taller than the other two. Never mind. Take all that back. But you walk in. Similar thing. You walk past the train cars. You enter. And then with that, we pan back around and we zoom on down to a human-looking man who is sat down on a bench and staring down at his ticket, just thinking. There is a large man who appears to be of elephant folk descendant, standing next to him, kind of like bent over, tapping on his shoulder. Riley, would you like to describe what we see?
Oma is wearing pretty much a long, almost trench coat. Is probably white, off-white, with a dark blue trim around the bottom, the middle seam, around the sleeves and around his neck. He, from first glance, he has these deep sunken eyes. He just looks like he does not sleep well. While also looking from the hands along the side of his face, looks like he suffers from Lichtenberg vigor, which means like as if someone has been struck by lightning. It looks like they would have that exact same scarring. And he's looking down at his ticket. His black hair is pulled back into a small ponytail. He sighs. Lars, I've never been a fan of sky carriages. I'd prefer to stay somewhat on land.
No, I understand, my friend. I too am weary of entering the sky, but I think that this would be good for you. That small automaton. He said that this would be a good opportunity to start anew. I do wish I could join you, but I fear that our tracks our tracks here might be followed. So I want to stay here and make sure that everything's okay. But I swear I will follow you, and I will join you as soon as I can. But for now, I I feel like I'm better here, just making sure that we're not followed. You know there's more of me coming.
I do. I know, Lars. I know you wouldn't simply up and leave me.
Of course not.
But thank you, for everything you've done so far for me.
Always.
It means so much. And Oma goes and gives him like the bro hug, where he kind of grabs him like around the arm and pulls him in.
As you do that,
Lars being like elephant folk is just
yeah, as you do that, he kind of like reaches his arm around you and he pulls you in. This will be good for you, my friend. I will keep them back
hope so.
if they come.
Well, if you see my brother, give him my best.
I will give him your best, and then I will promptly fuck him up. Well, if he's here, we don't know what kind of sway your family might have had on him. For all I know, he might be following in good heart, but like I said, it's not a good idea to check. It's best just to keep our distance.
Very true. Well, I hope to see you soon, Lars. I don't want to miss this so very invigorating sky carriage. And he rolls his eyes as he says this.
Have some faith. An opportunity
Faith
has presented.
is what got me here.
An opportunity has presented itself to you, and I strongly think that your personal state will benefit from the situation at hand.
Fingers crossed.
Trust me.
Fingers crossed.
Give it a shot.
I do.
If it doesn't work, you know where to find me. And here. And he grabs your hand and he pops a small blue rock in your hand. We will be in touch. Now, go. You have a carriage to catch.
Yes, I do. Take care, Lars.
Always.
With a sigh, he turns and finds someone looking around at the audience that is walking amongst their daily business, and finds someone who looks as if they were to work here, seeking them out.
Easily enough to find. You find someone, someone kind of like giving someone directions, and you just kind of stand behind them and wait for your turn. And as the person walks away, you walk up and he's like, "Oh, can I help you, my friend?"
I've never been to a sky carriage before. Could you tell me where my station is? And he reaches into his jacket and pulls up like the ticket. He kind of like gives it like a pull to make sure it's not wrinkled, and hands it to him.
Certainly, yes. He grabs your ticket. He points it up. Yes, just over there. You see that you see that dwarf man with the weird hat? He's standing right in front of it. So just hop in a line behind him, and you'll be good.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Enjoy your journey.
Yes. He starts to say the words "you" as well, and then stops, and then just quickly walks away.
You walk away and you hop in line, and about 5 people have followed in suit, and they kind of like block the dwarf that you were told to follow, it takes you a second to make sure that you're in the right line, but you get in the right line, and you wait probably like 5 minutes, and then you're agreed. Oh, hello. Tickets, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. Yeah, he grabs it. He pulls it up. Looks at it. Oh, VIP. Lovely. Glad to have you. And he makes a notch in the bottom of your ticket and does a little scribble on the top of it. If you just head on through all of the carriages, right up at the front, then you'll be good to go. Just the first carriage past the dining hall, and patients will be happy to assist you then.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you for traveling with Harpenkala Airways.
Yes.
Yep.
Even before he goes to look for anything else, he kind of gives like a look around for the person with the air quotes funny hat, the sailor's hat. Kind of gives like a look around for them. Just to make sure that.
You don't see them immediately as you walk in. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Shit.
actually.
Oh shit! It's the first roll.
It's the first roll.
It's the first roll. Let's see how this goes. Oh, I'm not. Wow, that's the first.
Well, I'm.
Da-da.
Awesome start.
Pretty good, pretty good. Looking around, you're kind of like, you enter into this skyway carriage, and you're in the front, and you're in the little entrance here. And as you look away, you turn to the back, and you see a large area filled with people, just kind of like stacking and basically just forming a big group from the back to the front, just of general economic seating. And as you look down the other side, you see a door just beginning to shut as you were misted in the face with this lavender basil scent perfume, and just it completely like gets in your eyes, and you have to wipe it out everywhere. And you don't quite get a glimpse of this dwarfen man.
Who does this? Why are his like eyes are watering, he's like rubbing eyes like, gee, fuck. Kind of like looks around at like people who are probably now staring at him as he's standing like rubbing his eyes in the middle of this doorway. Fuck. I don't know, he just keeps walking like further past like wherever he would assume the dining car to be.
Gotcha. You head on in, and
It's like, fuck.
as you walk away, we pan back outside, and we pan up into the streets of Harpenkala, where just at the front, entering into this large station, there's these large doors that are sprued open, just glass basically surrounding the outside of the building, and at the bottom of the stairs, we see what appears to be some sort of elven man or person. Elven individual standing at the base of the stairs, just kind of staring up at the glass. Lennon, would you care to describe what we see?
You see a thin elvish man with strange colorings, with a slight, I guess you could call it, bluish hair, as well as clothes that seem to reflect the color of his hair. And they are very stiff, almost as if they are, like, cracking as I walk. And as they walk, they are looking around. And just looking for somebody to, I guess, know what is going on and how to board a proper train.
As you're staring up, a small goblin man walks up to you, just kind of like stands next to you. Older man, he's got long gray hair that kind of dips past his past down to his shoulders about. He's got hair visibly coming out of his ears and down his nose. He's got a small little mustache and a bit of a goatee, but just like a straight line goatee. He just stands next to you.
Ah. Those damn skyway carriages, eh?
They certainly are something.
They really are. They changed everything. Sometimes I just stand here and stare at the building, too. Yeah. What's your business here, traveler? You don't look from around here.
I come from far away. I'm merely looking for where this ticket will take me. And I'll show him a ticket.
Oh, you got a ticket, do you?
Yes.
Ooh. Ain't that lovely. Alright. Well. Cool. Best of luck to you, eh?
And he's just holding on to it, and he kind of like takes it in his hand.
Before you go.
What? Yeah?
Before you go.
I'm not going
My
nowhere.
good sir. I must say, I really love your hair.
Really love
Would
my
you
hair.
mind if I do love it. Would you mind if I had some?
Sure.
And I'll take out a little dagger or knife.
He kind of like turns around with the ticket in his hand, and as you go and you go to chop off some hair, you visibly notice him like fumble in his pocket and then drop a piece of paper onto the ground.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh.
Shit.
Can I pick up the paper?
Yep. As you pick it up, you see what appears to be like the same size of your ticket on a similar type of paper, but a very just kind of like handwritten ticket, just like for a generic Skyway carriage. And you see that it's kind of like ripped slightly as you rolled a 2 on his sleight of hand. So he was trying to swap the tickets, and you can very evidently tell that like he was trying to swap your ticket for his, or for like some fake one that he'd drawn.
Can I just like look at him with like the most disappointed look I can like create?
100%. He just stares up at. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's here. And he hands you your ticket back, and he sulks away with his hand. And you see him just kind of walk over to a corner, and he kicks a wall, and he goes, "Stupid fucking." Yeah. And you walk up.
I need to be more careful.
You walk up,
and I'm gonna walk into the building.
Yeah, you walk up into the building, and as you enter, you're met with just like a heavy bit of steam that hits your nose. It's kind of rich and very earthy. You pick up on a few scents of just hints of different woods that they're evidently burning within the carriages. There's a bit of a hum in the air, just kind of like a deep little hum from the different bits of Dinium that are buzzing around as you make your way in more. What's your intelligence score?
10.
10. It's not that hard to find. I mean, you're tall enough that like you can kind of just like look around, and eventually you put it together that the 4 on your ticket would match the 4 of the train you're supposed to catch, and you just kind of walk around till you find a train. It's got a 4 on it. It's got a small line that's formed around the side. You join it, and eventually you get to the front.
Howdy. How you doing, man? Can I get your ticket, please?
Sure, here you go.
Yeah.
And I will hand my ticket over and bow as I do it.
Oh, how courtesy of you. Oh, VIP, ain't that lovely? Awesome.
And he takes your ticket.
Yes, VIP.
Takes your ticket and snips it on the bottom, and then does a little scribble.
Well, just head on into the first Skyway into the first compartment there. Past the dining car, open the door. Patients will be happy to take care of you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for traveling with Harpenkala Airways.
And I'm gonna walk away while whispering to myself, "What is a VIP?"
You walk in, you turn towards the front of the Skyway carriage, and you head on towards the other thing. And then,
do I notice any amulets that seem similar to mine?
Any amulets?
Yeah, like holy symbols.
Make a perception or investigation check. Your choice.
Okay. Perception or investigation, you say?
Up to you.
That's gonna be an 8.
An 8. As you're walking through,
Let's go!
Can't roll higher than an 8.
I rolled a 2.
as you're walking in, you take a look around, and you're looking, and you're kind of like staring at people's chests, just assuming that they're wearing it like a necklace, like you are, and you don't really pick up on much. Most people are wearing large, heavy blouses. It's the beginning of spring, so it's still kind of like a little bit chilly in the air, and so a lot of people are wearing these large coats. So you don't really pick up on anything. You don't even really see many people wearing that much jewelry, and eventually you just decide that, without getting too personal, you're probably not going to be able to find anything.
Oh, some people just don't know how to appreciate the beauty of the stars. And I just continue walking towards the carriage I was directed to.
Gotcha. So you walk up to the front. And as you walk up and grab the door handle, we pan back out once again, and we head into the busy midway of the station here, where we see a bench, and as we zoom in on a small little halfling woman, kind of like curled up with a bit of a bedroll tucked over top of her, as she's laying on a bench there. A policeman-esque automaton walks up, stands before her. You want to describe what this sleeping figure looks like there, Josh?
Yeah, so Zenora is wearing a mix of between a majority of greens and browns with a tunic, and but like she's also like kind of wrapped herself in the cape that she's wearing, which is a kind of a faded purple. You can tell just by like how faded it is that like she's probably never taken it off or cleaned it, and she is currently equipped with basically everything that she's ever owned. She has a sword and a sword, shield, and a crowbar, all hooked onto her various straps and buckles, wrapped around her waist and torso. As she lays there, kind of like passed out.
This automaton, dressed in kind of like designed in the figuresque of a police officer, wheels on up to you. You are just met with a large cold metal hand on your shoulder.
Do you require any assistance, ma'am?
Ah! Huh? What?
I noticed that you were asleep in a busy area and wondered if you needed assistance.
Well, there's a lot more people here than when I fell asleep. What time is it right now?
Time, we are looking at about 12:34 in the afternoon.
Oh no! Could you help me? And I'm like, and she starts to open up several pouches, trying to like go through her like various pockets that she has, and she finds a small ticket. Could you please help me find where this train? Sorry, this bay is where this ticket leads?
Most certainly. Please place the ticket in my arm.
And she does.
He lifts it up, and you watch as his eyes basically like extend into like telescopic type things, and he places the ticket right in front of him. And
I see here that you are expected to be on Skyway carriage number 4 in Bay 36 in approximately 3.26 minutes.
Ah, okay. Where is that?
Bay 4 can be located on the northern side of the second sector of the station.
don't even get the word.
Robot lag.
He glitched.
Okay, and that's and as he was saying that, she was hopping off from the bench, collecting all of her things, making sure everything's like where it's supposed to be. And that's in what that way?
That would be approximately 18 feet from your current direction in the northern direction.
And it is at this point that you realize that you smartingly, before you went to sleep, made your way to the correct bay and just passed out in front of the train, so you made sure you were there. And at this point, you realize you stare out and you just see a large number 4 in front of you at the train before you. As he hands you back the ticket.
Have I been of assistance to you this evening?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And she gives her a cute little wave as he rolls away.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's get this adventure underway. And she tightens her backpack and marches her way to the gate.
Adventure, you say?
No. As you march these 18 feet that you have to go, you just see the man standing in front of the train. Last call for number 4. It's the last call
Number
for
4
train
here.
number 4. Lovely.
Number 4.
Come on up. Last call. Who do we have here?
Hi, here's my ticket. I'm sorry.
Thank you. He takes it and he looks at it and he goes, "Oh, another VIP. Lovely. Glad to have you." He snips the back, does a little scribble, hands you back the ticket. So you're going to be in the first carriage. Just head on straight on through. Past the dining hall. Door there. Patients will be happy to take care of you up there. Yeah, I think that's just about it. But thank you for traveling with Harpenkala Airways.
Thank you so much. And she hops up and makes her way to her seat.
As you make your way to the seat and you open the front door, or not the front door, the door, this large heavy door, you click the thing and it just kind of like slides open, almost like those like newer vans where like you just kind of tap the handle and it just slides open. You just kind of like tap it and just kind of like slides into the wall, and you see a room that has you do a quick count, just kind of like being as you are. You do a quick count and get that there's 11 people in here, or 12, including the stewardess. But there's 11 passengers, including yourself, that are seated in a cabin that's meant for probably about 30. And as you walk in, you see a elven individual who is being sat by this stewardess figure.
I'll walk up to the stewardess and patiently wait my turn, because I can see that she's helping somebody else out at the moment.
She kind of like bends down to you, Narek, and shows you how the seat coupling works and everything. And so if you just clip it down here, then you'll be secure in the event that we run into any kind of unexpected disturbances in the air.
Oh, this is marvelous.
Yes.
Much better than riding a giant eagle.
My apologies?
No, it's wonderful.
Oh. You've ridden eagles before?
Yes, you haven't?
No. What is that like?
A lot less comfortable, but a lot more feathers to take home.
It sounds marvelous. Anyways, if there's anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. And she stands up and turns around and takes a step and like basically walks into Usanor and goes, my apologies. Hello. May I help you?
Yes, I have a ticket here. I just need to find my seat.
Of course, lovely. And she grabs it, looks at it, and all right. Well, we're about to take off here, and we're still missing 19 passengers, which is a bit odd. I'll show you your seat for now, but if they don't show up, then you guys feel free to mingle. And she kind of like begins to announce just to everyone, feel free to mingle. If the seats are not taken by the time that we take off, then anyone's may sit wherever they wish. No worries there whatsoever. And she will then gesture towards a seat. And here you are, miss. This is your seat for the time being, but I have a feeling that if you wish, you can change it in about 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Most welcome.
And she will hop up into her seat.
Gotcha. So, yeah. So as all of you guys are sat in your seats and everything begins to kind of go, she stands up. All right, everybody. Just so we're clear on this,
We will be taking off in approximately 4 minutes. There will be an announcement from the captain. Once we are at our cruising altitude, we will be in the air for approximately 50-55 minutes, depending on just wind and other circumstances like that. We should be landing in Everton, and she looks at a large watch on her arm that extends up most of her forearm. It's not just like a single dial. It appears to be a multitude of different dials, maybe about 5 or 6 of them on her arm that go up. Just almost like a full bracelet, like a full bracer of what appears to be different clockwork devices on her arm. We should be arriving in Everton in about... The local time there would be probably about 11:30 by the time that we get there. Are there any questions before we take off? Any newcomers to the Skyway carriage areas?
Yes.
Right.
Nara raises his arm and waves it back and forth.
Over here.
Alrighty.
Sonora, wait.
I don't be used to these type of travels.
Lovely. And the rest of us are familiar.
Question. Is there liquor served on this flight?
There will be beverage service once we are at cruising altitude, about 5 minutes after we take off.
Superb, I could use some good booze.
Lovely. Moving forth, like I said, there will be snack and beverage service once we are at our cruising altitude, and from there, feel free to just sit to yourselves, or if you want to mingle around, that's welcome as well. Once we're at our cruising altitude, more than welcome to remove your fasteners and walk about the cabin. There are a few games that we have here that people can deal with. We have some sets of cards and different things for you to keep yourself preoccupied with during the flight. But other than that, we'll just wait for the captain's announcement for now. I just ask that you stay seated and sorry, I'm a little out of it today. My apologies. Just ask that you sit in your seats and wait for the captain's announcement with your fasteners done for now. We should be taking off shortly. Thank you. And there's a door at the front of the carriage opposite to where you came in, and she slides it open and shuts it behind her. Is there anything anyone would like to do?
Well, she seems to be frazzled, doesn't she?
It would appear her responsibilities are a little bit more than one person can handle for the day.
Did you notice that that interesting armlet she wears?
What, the bracer?
Yes, I believe it had the time in multiple time zones. That was quite fascinating. I wouldn't mind having one for myself, just as a collectible.
How do you think something like that works? Is it mechanical or magical?
Oh, well, it wouldn't be so difficult to make it mechanical, just set multiple clocks at different hour intervals. Shouldn't be difficult. I could probably make one myself, now that I think about it.
Do you think there are features in place to account for imperfections in each individual clock?
Oh, I do not know. I wonder if there's anything set for planar travel.
Ooh. How do you keep time in the Feywilds, I wonder?
Well, I suppose a little bit of praying might help.
Would Narek hear them?
You guys are Narek is sat like basically right behind Wayfarer and Quinn, so just kind of like keeping to yourself, you do overhear this conversation.
Narek just kind of leans forward and whispers, "The Feywild. Time is just an illusion."
As soon as you say anything, my head like snaps around to like look directly at you without the rest of my body moving. Hello there, friend.
Hey,
What was this about the Feywild?
Wayfarer, listen, we talked about this. Not everyone is a friend.
What are you talking about? They haven't done anything against me. Or to upset me in any way.
Well, the title of friend should be earned. Anyway, my name is Quinn. Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. My name is Narek Nuvian III.
That's
And,
a long name.
Oh, you should have heard my mother's name.
Well, what brings you to Everton?
Oh, I recently came near this area to create this, and I show off a somewhat large, like, here, I'm gonna put it in show off characters. To get this forged, and I received a ticket, and I decided to follow where this adventure would take me.
Ooh, what's
I'm here to
this
explore,
trinket?
after all. Thank you.
Yes, I feel like I might have seen this symbol before, but I'm not entirely certain. What is it?
Oh, well, it is a lovely artifact, forged from metals that I cannot pronounce, and other things that I don't quite know what it was. But it is of the symbol of Celestia, the goddess of stars, the most beautiful goddess ever known. And as I'm doing this, I'm trying to, like, lean down and, like, look up into the sky, but realize there's no stars out.
What are you looking at? Is there something in the ceiling that is of note?
No, sometimes it just makes me feel better to imagine I can see my lady's beautiful creations up in the night sky.
Ah.
Interesting. Does your mind's fabrications bring you peace?
Yes. Have you never tried?
No, I tend to use the material in front of me.
Well, that is why I have this, and I tap the amulet. And as I do, I cast light to just make it glow.
I see. So this material possession makes your inner thoughts more real to you.
Well, yeah. There are many ways in the world to bring faith into your life. And this is my way to honor Celestia.
Oh, that's a cool trick.
You can kind of notice his focus shifts immediately, as if he's just thrown like this conversation aside. Your clothes are very interesting. What is this?
Oh, this is just my fall. Oh, no, this is my winter. I mean, sorry, it's so hard to keep track.
This is your winter. You mean to say it's your winter apparel?
In a sense.
DM, what season is it right now?
It is actively spring. It's the start of spring.
Oh, have you not gotten a change of wardrobe since the snow disappeared?
No, my connection back home helps me change my clothes better than you ever could, if I'm honest.
But why would I help you?
No. I mean that my clothes are simply better.
Oh, I see. What sort of evidence do you have to support this?
Well, for example, this, and
Are they magical?
as I go to stand up, I realize I'm still locked into the chair, and Narek just lifts up a bit of his robe and just goes shimmy, 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 and like little ice crystals fall off of it.
The robes would appear magical, Gwen.
Curious.
Yeah,
Does that
very
mean they are
magically
better than
beautiful.
yours?
You said ice crystals kind of like come out, or?
Not real ice crystals, just little bits of blue dust.
Okay. Well, now that I can bounce this thought on someone else, what did you think of the stewardess? I feel like something is going on in the back of her mind.
Well, I must admit, what's a stewardess?
Wayfarer, should I keep talking to him, or should I mind my own business?
This one seems to think more with his gut than his brain, if you know what I mean. I feel like he wouldn't help us too much to engage in this conversation longer.
Oh,
If you looked
yes,
at the stars,
there's
you
not
would
many
feel the same
synapses in the
way.
gut. Sir, do you think with your gut?
With my gut?
Yes.
And I tap and it taps his stomach and just goes, when I'm hungry.
So when you serve to be in hunger, your gut acts as neural apparatus, and you can think with it?
I've never thought of it that way, but yes.
Huh. That's new. Interesting. Well, see, I'm thinking that the stewardess has something going on, and I'm wondering if maybe she has something that I could help her with. Maybe get a coin out of it.
Oh. Well, are you going to drive the ship? I don't.
Sorry?
I don't
I'm not
think
quite
the
sure.
stewardess drives the ship. I think that would be the captain.
Ah.
No, I believe
Captain.
the stewardess's name was Patience. I heard some people say it a few times.
Patience.
Right, I heard that as well.
What a lovely name. So,
Yes.
you want to help Patience and get money?
That would be ideal. Yes, I have not eaten in a few days. As you have said, I happen to be a little bit hungry myself, but that's not really your problem.
When you really need to eat more, I can't help but notice that you haven't eaten in several days again.
I
Can I,
could
like-
I
Can
could
I look
eat,
at Quinn and
but-
see if like he's medically okay from not eating?
Yeah, make a investigation or medicine.
Oh, hell yeah. Ugh. Medicine time, baby. That's gonna be a 19.
Well, this is all.
Oma?
Well, this is all happening. Oma is actively attempting to ignore their entire conversation,
Gotcha.
like getting small bits of it. He just kind of looks out the window, like trying not to look at them at all. He has a small, almost looks like a quartz. It could be crystal that he kind of almost like rubs like close to his face, almost like stress stone. That he kind of just fidgets with as he looks at the window, still actively ignoring their entire conversation.
Gotcha. You said 19, Eric?
Yeah.
You look at Quinn and you get the sense that he is malnourished on a regular basis. This looks to be like you get the sense that this is the form of a man who works so hard that they just don't have the time to eat. They live for their work, and you see that from just kind of things you pick up like on their fingertips, the way that they're always fidgeting towards the little notebook that they have. Your fingertips are covered in ink from different scribing and things. You see wear on their fingertips from small tools and small little cuts. You really get the sense that this person is very in tune with what they do, and you also do pick up on the sense that, yes, they haven't eaten in a while, but it also appears that they do this on a regular basis, though not healthy, not uncommon.
Goodness me, you remind me so much of Lara.
What's this? Are you studying me?
And I'm gonna reach out slowly and just put a hand on your shoulder.
But Wayfarer, they're touching me again.
And I cast guidance on you. So you can add a D4 to a rolled ability check for the next minute.
What was that? What was it? A curse?
May Celestia guide you. And then I lean back and just close my eyes.
Wayne, I think you've been cursed by a stranger on the train.
I think I have.
Yar, I've seen this one too many times. You're cursed for death.
Oh,
You see this
Well, we
pirate.
better-
You see this pirate man that's just kind of like this dwarven man that's sitting about two seats to the left of where you guys are at, just kind of like staring over at you.
what? I'm sorry, who are you?
The name's Marshall.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Marshall, though am I gonna die?
Marshall,
Yeah, probably.
why are you wearing that headdress? I've never seen anything like it before.
I came out the womb with it. I don't ask questions.
Is it attached to your head?
No, don't be silly.
Huh.
You seem to know a little bit about the arcane. Can you tell me more?
No.
You see, like,
You watch this man. You watch this man basically just leans back in his seat, tips his hat down, and then just like leans back, puts his feet up on the fucking chair in front of him, and just like sits, like completely ignores you, almost looking like he's just fallen asleep like that.
a little bit of blood like comes out Quinn's nose. He's like,
I would like to cast light on his hat.
Do you have to touch with light?
It has a range of 20 feet.
20 feet?
Oh, wait. No.
You have to touch, so I'll go
Yeah,
over and touch his
never
hat.
mind.
Okay, you go over and you touch his hat. It's kind of like on the brim. And Marshall, though your eyes are kind of closed, through your eyelids, you are met with a large, bright light right in front of you.
wait,
I
Farrah,
think
we
you mean
haven't.
eyelid. I only have one eye.
Wait, Farrah, we haven't gotten the go-ahead to walk about.
Oh, have we not? I thought we hadn't light taken off yet.
Well, they said to stay in our seats.
Huh. Very well. I'll walk back over and sit back down.
You're basically like woke, like just kind of like disturbed with this bright light as you see this like glowing blue amalgamation of metal in front of you. And then it just kind of like immediately directs its attention away from you and just walks away.
Did you notice that? You were being watched.
Well, yes, why wouldn't he watch me? I made his hat glow.
Good
If
point.
he will not relinquish information to us, then I suppose he won't sleep.
Actually, do you believe he'll return if you stand up again?
Pirate?
No, the Wayfarer, are you glitching again?
What do you mean? Am I?
I stand up out of my seat.
You stand up, and nothing happens. Everyone kind of like looks over at you. Well, no, they don't, because you don't really clear the seat. Do you stand on the seat, or do you just stand up on the ground?
I like stand up and I walk into like the aisle.
Yeah. No, you get a few people that kind of like look over at you. They look up. A few of the more experienced passengers look over at the front, and at the front you see a large light that is just red right now. There's two bulbs next to each other, and the red one is just glowing at the moment. And to which they kind of like look at you a bit weird, but then they just return to their books or knitting or whatever they're actively doing.
Yeah, I like look around. I'm like, oh, my experiment did not serve fruitful, and I go to sit down and I notice this chick just staring at me, and it's someone who wears a similar kind of theme to me, and I'm just a little bit enticed. So I actually like walk over and I just hold out my hand, say, hello. Hello?
Zenora.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
Listen, normally when someone reaches their hand out, it's impolite to not grab it.
Oh, my bad. I was just taken aback by the whole. I was listening the entire time. I hope you don't mind. and I grab his hand and shake it firmly.
Well, you know, since you were listening, I've been thinking about this for a little bit. Do you also think that something is up with the stewardess?
I could tell that she has a lot on her mind, absolutely. But I'm not sure
Yes.
what.
It could be interesting to find out what is happening. I believe this and whatever I have waiting for me when in Everton will likely be the last things I do. Apparently, I've been cursed. But
I don't-
as such, I will continue to do my work until I am in the ground.
I don't think you're cursed, judging by what I could see.
Well, that's very very relieving to hear. Did you say your name?
My bad. My name is Zenora. Zenora Followhide.
Well, nice to meet you, Quinn Tenspark.
Nice to meet you, Quinn.
You see, he actually, like, as you gave him your full name, he pulls out his notebook and writes it down.
Are you a scholar as well?
He looks up from his notebook that he was scribbling on. Usually, not much stops him from scribbling on it. He looks up, and says, well, not schooled, but self-indulged.
Ah, so you're just interested in a lot of things, I see.
Yes, that would be a great way to put it. I run a private investigative office back home.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
You see, he's like, he looks at you. This is the first time that anybody's actually, like, truly been interested in what he says and, like, waiting for him to say more. So he doesn't know how to really compose himself. He's like, what do we see next? Oh, shit. So he just kind of stares for a second.
Yeah, that's basically. I'm not really a detective per se, but I am looking, traveling the world and discovering new things. I grew up in a library, so then you tend to learn a lot inside of a library, but you never really get a first-hand experience.
Yes, looking at you, I got the sense that you were a traveler. You seem to do the opposite of me. You do not travel very light, it seems.
Yeah, you have to be pretty agile to carry all this stuff, lug it around from various countries. It's tiring, but interesting.
Oh. Well, he like looks back and he takes a moment to think about it. Do you mind if I sit with you?
Sure, yeah. You could help me look over this book that I've been studying over the past couple months now.
Okay. You after you like move over, he'll sit down, and before he closes his notebook, you'll notice that though he hasn't really made it clear that he was doing so, he has written down so many notes on pretty much everybody sitting in this car right now, including like paragraphs on you.
As Quinn sits down next to you, Zenora, all of you just through the sounds of like the engine beginning to kind of whir up to life as it kind of like a low like grumble begins to form in the bottom of the carriage. You just hear from like quite a distance away, "I'm coming! I'm coming! Don't wait for me!" If you look out the window, you just see what appears to be a large Goliath man who is sprinting down the main way of the area here, as he's just sprinting towards the carriage, and he's just pushing people to the side, knocking people over. Papers are flying as people like with book bags are getting shoved to the side as this man is just screaming as he's sprinting as fast as he can. And you just see as he goes past the window where you are, you just kind of like your heads turn and you see down the side of the Skyway carriage, you see that individual that was taking tickets checks his watch and then steps in and goes to close the door, and you watch as this guy like slams his hand into the doorway as it's being shut. I'm here. And it begins to go back to a quiet conversation, and that's all you hear.
Was this guy in like our cart, or was this like a cart or two behind us?
This was in the main way between, like, not even on a carriage. So he was just running like to try and catch your guys' Skyway carriage.
Oh, fuck.
Have we started to move yet? Or?
No, but the engines had started to burrow, and you kind of like feel the energy underneath your seats as like kind of like you feel the engine pumping, and a bit of a smell of hickory begins to echo in the cabin. You feel the rumbling in the floor. The lights kind of ahead just begin to shake a little bit, and then it evens out as the engine warms up. It's right about now that the door at the back just slams open. I made it! Woo! That was close. And at that point, Patience opens the other door on the other side. What's the problem? What's all the noise? Oh, Greg, you're on this You're on this carriage. Yeah, you know I am. Always going back and forth. But I made it. You guys almost forgot without me, but I made it. Yes. Greg, go ahead and sit down anywhere you like. Everyone, please take your seats. Make sure your fasteners are fastened. And she just closes the door as this large Goliath man steps in and bonks his head on this crystal chandelier up top, and it just kind of like shakes a little bit, and you just hear like the rattling of different gems against each other as the door slams shut behind him. He steps up and he pops down a seat just right next to you, Oma, and puts his bag off to the side. He leans back.
For fuck's sakes.
Puts his feet up like right in front of you. Ah! Don't you just love
Oma
traveling in
rubs
the
the
afternoon?
Oma like rubs the bridge of his nose, like mumbles a few things to himself, and he's like, this is my first time actually traveling via Skyway.
Oh, you're gonna love it, man. It's a lot of fun.
I prefer to travel a different way.
Huh? Who was that? What? He stands up and he looks over the seat down at the dwarven man with his hat down. How long does light last? Is it concentration or?
An hour.
It's like 10 minutes, an hour. So yeah.
It just lasts an hour.
And it's not
So
concentration.
his hat is glowing.
So you just see this
no,
man
it's not.
with a glowing hat. He just like kind of like just, as he looks over, he's like, who's got a light out? What's going on here? Why is it so bright? That there's something underneath that, and he grabs your hat and he like kind of like pulls it off. And he sees you beneath it. He's like, "Oh, hey there, little guy." And he puts the hat back on.
Did you just assume my gender?
Yeah, I guess I did. My apologies. Name's Greg. Pleasure. And he puts his hand down, like, he puts his hand out where, like, you'd normally put your hand, and then you realize how short you are, plus you're sitting, so he kind of, like, arcs it around your body and places it in front of your face.
He'll reach out and he'll shake his hand.
The name's Marshall.
Marshall. Pleasure. Like I said, Greg, what were you muttering to yourself about something?
I was saying I prefer a different type of travel.
Oh, what kind of travel's that? I'm always looking for new experiences.
I enjoy the sea travel.
Ooh, man of the ocean. Respect. Anyways, I'm gonna sit down and, pleasure being with you.
So, Gretch, what brings you onto this sky train?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm part of the Dinium sectors, and I have to travel between
between Harpenkala and Everton all the time. I do this trip like 5 times a week, which is I do this trip every day. Basically, so one day I'm in Harpenkala, one day I'm in Everton, just basically monitoring a few different Dinium processing plants and making sure that everything's up to code, you know?
I see. After this, Oma like asks him the one question and just kind of like starts to like go like to drift back and look out the window, and then Gertz like kind of starts talking. And there's a small pause, and like he just rubs the crystal in his hand slightly more aggressively and turns his head back to like look at him.
More of a quiet folk, are you? Sorry, get a bit excited.
No problem.
No, is it okay if I sit here? I probably should ask first. This is just my normal seat. Okay.
Sure.
Oh, I thought you were shushing me. My bad.
No, sure.
Okay. Sorry. I just heard the S and I was like, yeah, I'm used to that. Yeah, no, okay, sorry. I'll just sit to myself and do some paperwork if you don't mind.
No problem at all.
I'm like sitting forward in my seat, but my head is pointed backward staring at this guy.
That's not terrifying.
But so the way the seats are set up, are they seated like actual proper like train seats would be? So there's like the wall between, there's a little window. So like I could see across the aisle and see this fucking automaton staring back like at this booth.
Basically, yeah. So basically the way that these seats are set up is it's a 32 would be how it is. It's a 32 seat car that is in 3 different sections. So there's a center row, and then there's 2 aisles on either side of it, and then there's the window rows. And each of them are sections of 4 booths. So 4 seats per booth with a table in the center. So you've got 4 chairs. So basically in a line there would be 6 across. And that goes across. And then the center one, just so the math works out. Sorry, I'm just double checking because I don't want to be dumb. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, that's 8, 16, 12, 24, 20. Yeah, so it's the 2 outer rows are 2 separate. The 2 outer on the windows are 3 separate seating arrangements of 4 with a table in the center, and then the center row has 2 with an area at the front where there's a cart and a little bit of a small bar type area, along with the door that she exited out of.
So Oma like attempts to go back to like looking at the window, but like keeps kind of looking over at this creepy ass automaton just staring, and it goes on for like a minute or 2 before he just like looks over at the automaton and just like pretty much stage whispers. It's like, it's rude to stare.
I was keeping to myself. I'm sorry. No, sorry, you're not talking to me. My bad.
He goes back into his papers.
He's like, I didn't say anything, man.
Oh no, you're fine. Your paper seems to be
Sorry,
very...
my bad. Go back to what you doing.
I stop looking at the Goliath and start looking at you, and my head just kind of like cocks to the side a little bit.
How fucking lovely. I know you can speak. I heard you before. Is there an issue? A problem?
I'm just observing my surroundings. Don't mind me. You are rather interesting yourself now that I take a closer look at you.
And what do you see, may I ask?
Sorry, you're the one who's dressed like in the winter outfit, right? Or
No, that is...
that's
That's me.
you.
You
Okay.
can ask me. I have like 2 pages for everyone.
Okay, cool.
This is the one time you're not sitting next to me, so you don't get to read my
yeah,
answer.
yeah. You told me to stay here, man.
Like, oh shit. Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, I haven't had to interact with Quinn here in a while. Fuck, what do I
yeah.
do?
What am I looking at when I look at you?
Has like a very slim build. He has a long, almost fairly like white jacket with a dark blue trim around pretty much the edges and the cuffs. He has these deep, like tired-looking sunken eyes. Very odd, like scarring on his both of his hands that you stare at for long enough, and on the left side of his face. His dark brown, almost like black hair is pulled into a ponytail. If I'm guessing you're intelligent, would be the scars almost look like they'd be from like lightning strike would almost be
Okay.
what the scarring would look like they're from.
You are not from around here, are you?
No. I hate how obvious that is, huh? What about you? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm just a wanderer these days.
Hmm.
Where are you from?
Oh fuck! What's the name of the city? Yeah. Fuck, that's no.
Oh, I love that place.
Oh, that place. I've been there too.
The name of that city. I love that town.
Dude,
Oh shit! Yeah, I have it written down somewhere here.
I've been
Fuck! How do I not remember this?
I've been doing so much work to make sure my information is correct. I've done nothing but DM Jazz for information the whole time.
Oh, is that what
That's
Jazz
so
was
fair.
suspected the whole time?
Son of a bitch! Oh, we talked about it in voice chat, and I did not write it down, did
I
I?
don't think I wrote it down.
Oh my lord!
Wait,
Hold on, let me
no,
bust
no,
open the map.
It's gotta be here somewhere. I did not.
It's called Springfield.
Yes, it is called Springfield. Thank you. I love how you knew that. Well, I mean, I know why you knew that, but
The place
I
I'm from?
lied. I made something up. I don't know. I wasn't
Oh.
there.
I thought you. No, okay, wait. Did I tell you
just-
what it was called? Because
You didn't tell me anything.
you're from.
Did you just believe him?
Well,
You
'cause
just believed me.
he's from a
I
similar area.
lied.
He's from a similar area. Okay, maybe he knew.
I don't even remember my hometown village. I didn't write it
Springfield is where
down.
the
You wrote it
Simpsons are
down.
from.
Did anyone write down their hometown's name?
I have it.
Okay.
Mine's in mine.
All I know is that Jazz wrote down my entire backstory, and I don't have it.
Okay.
I may have asked him for all his notes at the start of this.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm mixing up the two cities. I thought that the city that Zenora's from was the city that Homa's from.
Right? Oh, I'm not even really from a city, man. I'm from a continent. I can't remember what continent's called.
Oh, you're from Psycho. Oh
I'm
yeah, no,
not
we
from
didn't. We
there.
didn't name the town. We just. Yeah.
Okay, I had
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now that I know,
Now I
I'm
remember,
gonna
now I
let me
remember.
fucking jot that down.
We didn't. You're.
Yeah, because I'm not from a traditional town.
No.
That's right. I'm from Psycha, myself.
Like, where is that? Would I have heard of Psycho before?
Normal people, yes, but you make a history check.
First roll with the character dice, guys.
Oh.
Let's go.
Wow, it's I rolled a 10, so 14.
14. Yeah, you would have heard of Psycha
Nice.
in your travels. You know that it is, it's the second westernmost continent, and it's mostly a mountainous tundra. It's not really known for much in terms of anything other than its mining operations and just avid nature of having one of the largest mountain ranges in Eldoria.
Oh, you have traveled a long way to get here. What business do you have here?
Trying to how would Lars put it? Better myself, I guess.
Better yourself. What does that mean?
What of you?
Man, well,
Well,
whoa. Who's talking here?
I can't tell if this is delay or just you guys both trying to talk at the same time.
no, that was me avoiding the question.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell. I'm like, is it that delayed when you do Discord on Xbox? Like, is that?
No. That was me. That is me actively attempting to avoid
Gotcha.
the question.
Never mind. My bad. Sorry for misinterpreting your good roleplay. Continue.
I have been living here in the city for around a year, maybe a year and a half. And currently I don't know why I'm on this skyship.
Ah, I see.
We're going home.
We live here, Quinn.
No, you don't.
What? I'm so confused.
Kill by
What
DM.
city are we in?
Kill by
Harpenkala.
DM'd you like 10 minutes ago. It's you didn't.
I thought you were being stupid because I thought we were in Everton.
No, you're going to Everton.
Okay.
You guys basically like got on a carriage at the cheapest rate yesterday. Came here just to get on this train to get back.
Okay.
We're following
Yeah.
breadcrumbs.
And I thought I was airheaded.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we're going home after coming here for no reason. It's quite fun actually.
Sounds very backwards.
The note was very unclear. It told us to go, and then the next step was to come back. I don't understand.
Wait, did you both also get a note?
Well, yes, one was slipped under our door, and it asked us to go over to the town we're in now, and when we got there, I read the note again, and it said to come back.
Huh. Strange. What, if you
Wait,
don't
Mary?
mind me asking.
He
Oh,
looks like-
Wayfarer is your name.
Yes, Wayfarer, do you think somebody wanted us out of the office?
Could it be the bartender?
No, we
Wait.
get along very well. He would never do anything to me.
Well. Huh.
Sorry.
I would not have interpreted our relationship with that man in that way, but
Really?
if you say so.
He turns to Zenora. He says, our office is in the attic of a bar, and we rent from the bartender. He's a very great man. We're good friends.
It's very interesting. Are you guys on a case right now?
Potentially, it's undetermined.
It's right about now that you see these large stones in the center of the room hanging from the center chandelier begin to glow, and from it you just hear a voice echo out. Hello, passengers. Welcome to. Thank you for traveling with Harpenkala Airways. We're going to be making a short trip today down into Everton. We should be arriving there. We're getting a bit later than we wanted to. Unfortunately, we were waiting for some VIPs that didn't show up. But we know that you guys have places to be, so we're going to be leaving very shortly here once the engines are a bit more warmed up. Weather is looking good. Cruising altitude today was gonna be we're gonna be up at about 10,500 feet, and then we're gonna come on down into Everton approximately at about 11:45. Current time there.
Oh, that's a 15-minute delay.
So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the journey.
Quick question. What when was the clock invented? 17 years ago?
A month a month after the Monster Fan ended.
Okay. All right.
You guys finished your journey and made it your life's goal to just invent a clock.
All right.
Zag put all of
King
Destamdador's
Zag, the inventor of the clock.
King Zag put all of Destamdador's efforts into just making a clock.
It was Zag's one accomplishment in life.
Yeah.
Yeah, one.
His one accomplishment.
His one accomplishment, inventing the clock.
But in all seriousness, it's been invented for a while. I don't know.
You just wanted to fuck with me, I see.
I did kind of enjoy it. Like
A
I
monster
said,
fan is the poorest nation
Okay.
in the entire world.
anything
that's what the problem
anything
was.
from that first campaign that isn't in the history tab in this server, just fucking like forget it happened. The only canon events are in that server. Let's just put it that way.
All right.
No, I like the canon that like our world was reset twice because we ended it.
Yeah, those are branch timelines. So this is the concrete timeline. This is what
Yo!
actually has happened.
I have branch timelines too.
All right. Sorry.
Oh, let's go.
Some of them the world ended.
So about 30 seconds after you hear this announcement go away and this stone stops glowing, you feel a big like thud as you hear like you feel a jerk forward as the wheels begin to turn and the Skyway carriage begins to move along the tracks, and eventually you're hit with the afternoon sunlight hitting you on the face through the window. As you look out the window, you'll see that outside here there is a multitude of tracks that just kind of amalgamate all into one large ramp-like thing. And the Skyway carriage lines up, and as the engines, you hear them begin to furl up and just roar as the wheels begin to turn harder, and you feel a big jerk as the whole carriage is thrust forward as it gets louder and louder and harder as you just pick up speed, heading towards this ramp where the track ends and it's just going to like shoot straight up into the air. You go faster and faster and faster until eventually you hit the track and the end of the track, and it just flings the Skyway carriage up into the sky, and you feel almost like a sense of lightlessness at a certain point. And then you feel you hear a large thud followed by a and as you look out the windows, those of you with the window seats, you see that these large wings have furled out the side of the carriage and are now flapping up and down in a flapping motion and bringing you up into the sky as you just travel at an alarming speed. But now that the acceleration has stopped, you just kind of like feel kind of smooth and nice. And this whole thing faced up towards the sky, you see the disappearing city of Harpenkala in the distance behind you. As you rise up into the sky, eventually passing the cloud barrier, you get up to the top. Above the clouds, looking out, and you just see a sea of white with a nice sunny day above you. Eventually, the flapping ceases, and the wings kind of like even out as the ride smooths out, and the red light at the front switches off, and a green light flashes.
You can stand up now, Wayfarer.
This turned out to be so much more like an eagle than I thought.
It God damn it, Weebs. It's about a minute after this light comes on, you hear the door in the front click open as it slides, and Patience walks back in. All right, I will be starting the beverage and snack service now. I'll come up and down the aisles, and complimentary snacks and beverages will be provided. Once again,
Do you have peanuts?
At this point, she like reaches into her pocket and like grabs the list that she was making when you interrupted her earlier. Yes, we do.
Right
have,
here, ma'am.
I'll get
Right here.
I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Tenspark.
But yes, like I said, any questions? And once again, thank you for traveling with Harpenkala Airways. And she goes over to the bar area in the front, and she grabs basically this cart that kind of like clicks out of the bar and wheels out over. And you notice these wheels aren't actually turning; they're more just kind of like there, and they're levitating. They're almost like flipped. They're flipped on like a 90-degree angle, like they're facing the ground, almost like full Mario Kart when you're going when like you're on the other area where you're kind of hovering. Basically like that, and just a bit of blue energies on the bottom. As she begins to push the cart through, she stops to a few people first before you, and then she will get to you, Quinn. Peanuts, you said?
Well, you see, you have an entire cart here. What do you have?
Well, we have peanuts, like you asked. We have a bag of mixed nuts, trail mix, raisins, different chocolates and candies. We also have a Harpenkala delicacy called a lemon tang, which is basically like a lemon that has been baked. And then wrapped in puff pastry, and it's quite lovely. And then we also have a different assortment of liquors and whatnot. What's your preference?
Yes, the lemon tang sounds wonderful. I'll take the raisins.
Of course, my friend. And you watch as she takes out this big box of raisins and a little like maybe cup, like the size of a cup, and she dumps them in and hands them to you and pulls down. It places them on the table in front of you. And you, miss, gesturing towards Zenora.
What's your liquor options?
Liquor. Well, we have a multitude of assortments of gins and tequilas, and then a multitude of different flavored vodkas, as well as a few local beers. What's your preference?
Ooh. What's special on beer?
The special on beer. So we have this beautiful TPA, the Tautist Pale Ale. It's brewed with a multitude of different notes of grapefruit and farrenberries.
I'll have that, thank you.
Most certainly. She takes out a glass bottle, pops the cap off, pours you a nice big glass with a lot of foam on top, and hands it to you. Anything else?
That'll be it. Thank you.
Lovely. And she pushes the cart forward, moving on to in the center. Actually, not moving on, just on the other side of the aisle. That would be where Narek and Marshall are seated. Anything for the two of you?
I'll get some booze.
Some booze. What's your preference, sir?
Good one.
Nothing in preference.
If it's good, that's what I need.
Lovely. And she takes a large bottle of sparkling clear liquor. And she takes a large glass and she pours some in, and then you watch as she cracks another bottle of like what appears to be some kind of like green and purplish soda. Just kind of like not mixed together, but the two colors kind of like flow between one another, almost like a pearlescent type look. And she pours it over top, puts a straw in it, and hands it to you.
He's gonna ignore the straw and just down the drink.
To each their own. And for you, my colorful friend.
Racist.
Gesturing to you, Narek.
Oh, to me? Okay. Do you have any tea?
Tea? Yes, certainly. I'll have to put some hot water on, but I can bring it to you in a couple minutes.
I would love that, if it's no trouble.
Any preference of tea?
Do you have any... Is Earl Grey a thing?
They have an Earl Grey.
I will take an Earl Grey, decaffeinated, please.
Yes, of course. Certainly. And you watch as she leaves the trolley there, turns around and goes, and she takes a what appears to be like a little kettle and fills it from a spout behind the bar, places it on top of the bar where she snaps her fingers and a flame just kind of erupts from beneath it and begins to boil the kettle. And then she comes back to the cart, pushes it a bit farther, and then wheels on up to Quinn and... nope, sorry, my bad. Wheels on to one gentleman who's behind the two of you, who is currently sleeping... behind Quinn and Zenora, who is currently sleeping, and she goes, never mind. And then she wheels the cart and turns it around and goes towards the other aisle, and then in front of Oma and Grej. Gentlemen, give me that lemon fancy bit and some peanuts. Of course, I know what you want, Gretch. And she hands it to him. And for you, my friend, gesturing to Oma.
I'll take since the water is already boiling. I'll take green tea.
Green tea, lovely.
Yes,
she
please.
will push the cart forward and deal with a few more individuals. And then at the very end, Wayfarer just sat at the very front by yourself at the moment. And for yourself, my friend.
I'm quite all right. I don't possess a digestive system.
Oh, lovely. That must be fantastic. Sorry, that's a bit too personal. My apologies. And she pushes the cart back, and it clicks back into where the bar is. And by now you see steam bellowing from the pot, and she takes 2 large mugs, puts some tea leaves inside, pours some water over, and then you watch she puts like these like sifts over top, and almost acts like a French press to push down on the tea leaves at the bottom. But there's no top, there's no plunge or anything. These sifts just kind of sink down in the water. Sinking to the bottom and just sticking at the bottom, separating the tea leaves from the actual water, and we'll bring it over to Quinn and Wayfarer. And that is not... I didn't realize the track was going to change. We're good. Yeah.
And we're bringing it back to who?
Bring it back to Quinn, Zenora. No, Narek and Oma. Sorry, my bad.
As they're coming over, I'm sneakily cutting up some little stuff
Like,
that I pull out of a pouch on my side.
okay, I thought you were like cutting up the seats or something.
He's doing drugs on the train.
He's doing drugs on the train.
I'm doing it sneakily.
Roll stealth check.
All right. Fuck. That's gonna be a solid 8.
Solid 8. You walk over and you're kind of like cutting up these little things, and she places the tea down. What are you working on?
Oh, just some spices for my tea.
Oh, what kind of spices are we talking about?
Would you like to try one?
Sure. Why not?
And I'll take a little stem of something and just hand it to her.
She will just kind of like take a little, like she'll give a little bit of a sniff to it and then a little bit of a nibble. What did you hand her?
The stem of a magic mushroom.
Oh shit.
My God, he was doing drugs on the train.
She takes a little bite, and it's a little soft and crunchy at the same time. And she's kind of like, a bit of an odd thing to put in tea, but all right.
It's a face spice, so it may take some time.
Understandable. She puts it in front of you, and then
I'll sprinkle the rest over my tea and drink it.
Gotcha. No, you don't need to have a high perception or anything, passive perception or anything to tell that the second that she walks past you, she spits it into her hand and kind of like holds it in a fist at her side, and then walks around and places a tea in front of you, Oma. And by now, Grej has just like completely destroyed his peanuts and lemon fizzle.
Thank you. You can reach out and take the tea. I'm no person to tell you, but I don't think eating random spices from strangers is a smart idea.
I appreciate the insight. I will take that into consideration from now on. Thank you.
He gives her like her head. He gives her his head. He gives her
his head.
He gives her head.
Yeah, gives her head right there. Damn, some good SG.
Oh God.
Yeah, no. He kind of tips his head and takes the tea from her.
Gotcha.
Says thank you.
And then she will retreat back to the front of the carriage, where there's a small little chair that kind of like folds out at the very front corner, and she pulls it out, sits down, and pulls out a small little book and starts reading.
As she's on her way to the chair, I snap my I put my hand up in the air, snap my finger once but loudly, and say, patience.
Yes, Mr. Tensbach. And she
I'm sorry to test yours, but could you come back?
She slowly begins to kind of like walk out. She like very briskly, but like with taking short steps, walks towards you. Mr. Tensbach, yes. What can I do for you?
He like gestures for her to lean in a little bit.
He kind of like bends down slightly. She bends down slightly.
While he has his like book open in his hands, with like a whole bunch of notes that were literally just written down. Is there something on your mind? Anything you might need assistance with?
Yeah, you look stressed.
I feel fine. Why?
Immediately, I would like to roll an insight.
Of course.
This is my.
Can I roll an insight to see if the mushroom is affecting her at all?
Sure. Actually, make it a medicine check.
A medicine?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Literally the same. But that's going to be a dirty 20.
Okay. Doesn't appear to be having anything now, but just knowing what you know about them, she did chew it a decent bit, so some of the juice, or some of her, like...
Some of the spores.
Some of the spores and some of her saliva mixed with the bit of the dried stem, and you can assume that she has ingested some of it. Maybe not enough to do anything to her, but definitely enough to potentially affect something within the next half an hour, maybe have a slight little effect on her.
Okay, good to know.
I got a 16.
A 16. Fuck. This dice really does need to be in dice jail. You pick up on like a bead of sweat. A bead of sweat. A bead of sweat begins to drip down her forehead as you ask that, and you pick up on the sense that she is preparing to, like, she doesn't have a lie thought up at the moment, but she is actively preparing one. And then she goes, no, Mr. Tensbach.
My apologies. No, it's okay. You don't have to come up with something to tell me. I know it's false. No, I am an investigator. I work for the police, actually. Though I don't need... If you ever need help, I am the one to talk to. I may have mentioned the police, but, you know, I like to keep things off the books every now and then, so don't worry about it getting out into the public.
Certainly. Well, I appreciate that, and I'll keep it in mind. And she
I
goes
don't
to...
think
she
you
goes
could
to
have worded
go-
that any more shadily.
She goes to, like, stand up and just kind
I'm
of...
sorry, I meant now. I'm only here for a short time.
Oh, but no, everything's perfectly fine. It's okay. And she's like slowly slowly taking a step back away from you.
With a smile on his face, I don't believe you.
That's up to you, Mr. Tensbach. You're welcome to believe what you want.
And she'll turn around and she looks at the chair that she had began to unfold, looks back at you, and you can, from your insight, you can tell that she immediately makes the decision of, I don't want to sit in this fucking cabin anymore, and she goes into the back area.
As she walks away after telling me that I can believe in what I want, my parting sentence is, yes, and when you realize you do not believe in your own words, you can come back.
Yeah, she just kind of like dips.
God damn.
Yeah, she dips.
God, you really are a detective.
Huh? Oh, sorry. What is this book you have?
Oh,
These
it's a-
seem like very interesting stories.
Yeah, it's just a book on ancient legends. They could be real, they could be false. It is a book from my mentor that I borrowed.
Oh, your mentor. Do you study anything in particular?
Let's see.
Are you an archaeologist?
I have some history in the idea of it. I haven't. I'm just starting on my journey now, so it hasn't really been really fruitful for what I'm looking for. But I'm just kind of I'm traveling aimlessly around the world to see if I can find any sort of clues as to what I might be, what the answers are for this mystery that I'm trying to solve.
Well, if by chance you ever find yourself needing assistance to dig up these mysteries, um, feel free to call on me. I hand you my card. It is a very simple white card that just says Quinn S10 Spark, and it shows my address in Everton. It says PI, Silver Spark Inquiries. If you ever need help digging up anything, I'm sure I can lend a helping hand. I'm quite good at finding things out.
I might take you up on that because I've been to several great libraries in several different countries now, and none of them have really given me any answers.
Yes. Well, see, the most interesting thing about places of hoarded knowledge is that the books that really matter never seem to have made it to the libraries. They're always hidden away somewhere in a dark alley or in a run-down shack. That's where you find the real stuff.
That's good to know.
About 20 minutes into your guys' journey, you see the blue stone on the chandelier begin to glow again. And then the voice comes through again. Yeah, this is the conductor speaking. We appear to have some sort of sick passenger. Nothing to be alarmed of. Just in the back in the economy seating. If there's any doctor available in the carriage, if you could make yourself aware to your stewardess, just a bit of assistance would be of much help.
Narek stands up, takes a yawn, and looks around for Patience.
She has not returned from when she exited into the front.
Well, fuck. This sounds like a great story. Does anybody else in this car know which direction it is to find this sick person?
Yes, I believe their cart's back behind the dining hall.
All right, I'm going to go. Please don't let anybody take my seat. It has a great view of the window.
You know what? I'll follow you. I have a sneaking suspicion you will find yourself in the sky if we let you travel on your own. Wayfarer,
It's
to me?
very fair.
Of course, Mr. Quinn.
And I'll start marching to where I guess I came in from, that direction.
You march over that door and you go to slide it open, and you slide it open and you feel a bellowing gust of wind begin to enter the cabin until it's stopped. The door slides open and you exit, and as you walk between the two carriages, you look out and you see the bright blue sky, and you also see wind and cloud kind of echoing from the outside of the train. But once again, another solid force field almost thing that has formed itself between the actual Skyway carriage and the outside air. And you pass through into the dining hall, and as you enter into the dining hall, the rest of the carriage or the rest of the compartments are just open to another. So you can just walk all the way down to the economy seating, where it's just what appears to be like 100, maybe 200 people that are just kind of like stood shoulder to shoulder, very tight knit. And in the dining room, you see 2 stewardesses that are kind of like over top of a single person who appears to be kind of like leaned over in with their head in a bag.
Oh. I'm going to walk up and I'm just gonna see if I can like ascertain what the problem is.
Go ahead and make a medicine check for me.
Ooh. Finally, a good roll. That's gonna be a 16 plus 6, a 22.
22. Looking at this guy, you haven't seen this before necessarily, but you quickly gain a sense of what could be going on. You assume that he's clearly something in his head, presumably pressure or something, has forced him a bit of redness in the eyes, and he's very lightheaded. His pupils are quite dilated. His complexion has lightened entirely. He's visibly struggling to breathe. You come to the sense that the higher altitude, lower quality of oxygen, or lower amount of oxygen, is potentially impacting him.
Though Quinn isn't the doctor, he walks right up in front of this guy and like leans down. Also, just to get it out there, not metagaming. I was gonna say this before you described it. He like faces towards this guy who's not really looking at him and says, "Are you feeling a little bit of altitude sickness, friend?" And he like looks in the bag.
He looks in the bag, and you just see what appears to be walnuts that have just been like very quickly eaten and then immediately vomited back up.
Well, here's your problem. You haven't eaten much. It's okay. I don't eat much either. I have some raisins if you like.
I'm okay. I just and he starts to like dry heave into the bag.
I get some water and I try to feed it to him, just to see if that'll help.
Thank you. He takes a glass. He takes a sip, swishes it around in his mouth, and just kind of like washes down the puke tasted out of his mouth. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you feeling better?
He hasn't eaten.
I mean, I had lunch, but it's just.
Well, your lunch isn't in the bag.
It's like, it's probably still in me. I guess, I don't know.
Well, give it some more oomph.
To get it out.
To prove. I don't believe you've had lunch. It's not. There's no evidence.
Let's calm down. This man is obviously rattled. I pull out my blanket and I just put it over his shoulders.
You gotta like.
And I just
takes it.
Comfort
and
him.
Begins to kind of like, somewhat shiver a little bit. He's got a slight bit of a fever forming. You see sweat beginning to drip down his eyes or down his forehead a little bit. As he's kind of just like shaking in this blanket. It looks as like he's trying to throw up, but he's got nothing left in him.
I will go consult with my associates. Wayfarer, could you take the bag, please? Need it for evidence.
Should we not leave the bag with him, as it appears he's gonna need it in a few more seconds?
How are we supposed to investigate if we do not collect everything?
Well, I don't think the bag is going anywhere.
He looks very confused.
Let's leave the bag here for now, and maybe you can get more evidence later.
Surely
Yes.
we can come back for the bag once the man feels a little better.
As I get up to leave, I pat the guy on the back and say, "Godspeed," and I walk away.
As you pat him on the back, it kind of like forces a bit of a gag reflex out of him. He's like, and it just continues to
That's-
dry heave into the bag.
That's the spirit.
Would I know how to treat this stuff?
With that roll, you can tell that this is just like basic altitude sickness and malnourishment, fluids, a bit of dry food, and getting out of this
Alright.
high of altitude would definitely assist him.
Well, are there any like of the people like employees around?
Yeah, no, there's two stewardesses that are kind of like
Okay.
standing to the side.
All right. I require food for my friend here so that he can fill up his belly again, and I will also require a bucket or something similar to stop him from making a mess of this lovely locomotive. Or we can throw him out of the train.
They both kind of look at each other and back at you. You're not serious, are you?
Those are our options. You make the choice.
They both look at each other and simultaneously say to each other, "We'll get the bucket."
All right. And make sure to get him some food as well.
They rush and they grab some food and a bucket, and they come back and they kind of like place it on the table in front of him, and he continues to hold the bucket in his lap. Yeah, he's not really looking like he's doing any better. He's lightheaded. He looks like he's maybe gonna pass out.
All right. I take the blanket and fold it into a little pillow and just lay it beside him for him to lay on.
He lays down on it, and my head hurts.
You'll be all right. And listen, in your time of need, remember, Celestia watches over you.
What? Okay.
It's okay. Go to sleep. And remember,
Go to sleep.
Celestia's watching over you.
One of the stewardesses kind of like stands up. I think I've seen this before. Would getting the captain to lower us closer to the ground be of assistance to him, you think?
Yes, it would.
As-
And yes, if you can get that with the captain, that would actually be amazing.
She looks at the other one and they decide, like, no, they look at each other, like, yep, all right. And one of them walks towards the front of the cabin. Those of you that didn't go to the back will see at this point some very nicely kept stewardess again. This one with brown hair, kind of not in a ponytail, just kind of like fully down. Just briskly walk through your cabin, open the door, and exit towards the front. You then see the blue rock begin to glow again. Excuse me. Is your conductor once again? Sorry, we're gonna be lowering down to a bit of a lower altitude, so the view's gonna get a bit darker, unfortunately. But we got a sick passenger and we got to look out for him, unfortunately. Sorry about this inconvenience, and once again, thank you for traveling with the Harpenkala Airways. But yeah, go ahead and have a seat and put your fasteners on, and that's it. The light goes away.
I walk back into like our actual assigned car, and as I do, I kind of like announce to everyone, well, it seems somebody cannot handle a little bit of hunger, so, you know, as we descend, you should expect some more turbulence, more air resistance. And I sit down next to Zenora again. He's very interested.
You sit down. Yep.
I'm still with Narek, wondering where Quinn went.
You sit down, and then the stewardesses tell you and Narek, just have a seat off to the side while the captain descends, and then basically, like, immediately after the announcement goes away, you begin to feel the wings kind of like angle down as they kind of like, and then just slowly begin to go into a descent. As you descend down past the cloud barrier, it goes dark for a second as you enter the clouds, almost like all the light is gone, and then you head down in to the below world, the world below the clouds, and it drops down to probably a couple thousand feet above the ground. Not too low, but also not nearly as high as they probably should be. You also do notice that the speed kind of slows down at this lower altitude. But then eventually, after about 5 minutes, it does descend or flatten itself out, and the green lights do inevitably come back on again.
Yeah, is the man looking better now?
He doesn't show signs immediately, but after about 5 minutes, he looks to be a little bit better. And it's right about now. After you've kind of been like smooth sailing for a little bit, you begin to feel a bit of like a thud, like almost like the wheels and just your speed basically like slow, like large chunk of turbulence as like the whole ship is basically just like stopped for a second and then restarted, like just like a big and you feel it in your body, and then you just feel the ship begin to slowly slow down and decelerate. You're not losing any altitude, but you can very visibly tell that you're decelerating until eventually you come to a complete stop.
Just in the air?
In the air. Completely floating, not descending, but just like a complete stop in terms of your vertical velocity or your horizontal velocity.
We're not at the location, are we?
I look out the window.
I look out the window as well.
Go ahead and make perception checks.
I look at Narek looking out the window.
Go ahead and observe Eric. You can make you can make an insight check if you want.
Let's go. I'm doing it. Insight?
Yeah.
I got a 16.
Zenora?
I got an 8.
Oh, I got a 6.
You said perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. 16.
What'd you say, Zenora?
Got a 6.
6. Okay. Looking out, you
Zenora and I are just like flipping through the book.
you see the ground below you, and you just kind of like, yeah. I mean, you see the Great Lake, and kind of like the edge of kind of like the ground where you'd probably be entering the area that is Everton, but you're still kind of like slightly over the water. Narek, you look out and you kind of like glance more in the front because you're curious as to if we either stopped or were stopped. So you look towards the back, and there doesn't appear to be anything there that's like caused you to stop, like holding you back. There's no smoke or anything bellowing out the back. You can still hear the engine rumbling, so you assume that it's still going. And then you look out to the front, and you see what appears to be some large black ship, another carriage of some kind, large black ship with black sails and large dark gray wings with a big thick red stripe that goes all the way around the side of it. Right about now the blue light comes back on as the voice comes through. Sorry for stopping. Can all the stewardesses please come to the front now, please? Thank you. Right now.
Wayfarer, please look out the window and tell me I'm imagining this.
Huh? What am I looking at?
Look over there, and I point at the ship.
You will see the ship.
It looks like another ship.
You also see all the stewardesses from the back, like that are at the very back of the carriage, because there were just the 2 up front, but there's another like 4 that are at the very back of the carriage, begin to run through, and they all just basically full sprint go through, and all of you in the front carriage just watch as 6 of them just kind of like bellow through all at the same time, and as they slam the doors open, you see just see them kind of like sprint towards the front of the train.
I hope Celestia will forgive me, and I rip my blanket out of the man's arms, and I say, Wayfarer, follow me, and I start running after the stewardesses.
I will follow after the crazed cleric.
You follow after
Steward
the...
eye?
You follow after
I
the
like that
crazed
nickname.
cleric, and you enter into the front main cabin again, and you, right about this point, you kind of like catch up to them, and you see as they are entering the carriage, they slam the door behind them, and you hear a little click. And as you guys walk up to go open that door does appear to be locked now.
Are we in the cabin with everyone else now?
You're in the cabin with everyone else, yeah.
I would like to try and listen through the door.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Perception 16.
Listening through, you hear what appears to be another door open and slam shut. But as you hear it open, like after you hear it open, you just hear muffled voices, and you kind of make out like, "Holy fuck, what do we do? They're I don't know what to fucking do. What do we fucking do?" And then the door slams shut, like with a big boom. And then nothing.
Wayfarer, what's the urgency?
Well,
We're about to be attacked by the predator of the ship.
Sorry?
there
There's a
appears to be
predator.
another ship outside, and all of the stewardesses ran from the back of the ship to the front. Not quite sure what that means.
I look out the window.
As you look out the window, you see this same ship, this large, brownish gray ship with dark gray wings, black sails, and a large, thick red stripe along the entirety of the hull.
Is like the red stripe like a symbol or something, or is there like a flag or anything on it?
Not from what you can see. It doesn't appear to have any kind of significance other than just to identify, just kind of like a single marker that kind of identifies it. You have seen similar type things in terms of fleets, like when there are multiple of the same type of ship or type thing. It reminds you of kind of like back home where they had the same, like everything kind of was the same, but they had certain identifiers to signal off like different areas so that they knew which areas were, even though they couldn't tell at a first glance. The signifier helped identify what the actual thing was.
I make a quick and dirty sketch of what I see, and I turn to Zenora. Well, this doesn't bode well. Don't you worry. If things get hairy, I will protect you.
All she does is smile.
Alma kind of gives Gretch like a hasty like pat on his shoulder. It's like, Gretch, you travel this route often, right?
Yeah.
So, what the fuck is that?
I don't know. I've never seen this before. This hasn't happened before. This could either be really good or really bad. I don't know.
On what sides of the scale is really good versus really bad?
Sides of scale. Like, what do you mean?
What is the good versus the bad?
Good is it's like a border inspection, and they're just making sure that we're carrying what we say we are. Bad. He kind of like winces in and like kind of like curls up a little bit and very quietly just kind of goes, Skyrits.
You did not just say Skyrits.
What? Maybe.
You hear like frantic scribbling
That's-
in Quinn's notebook.
That sounds like a
I
made-up
know
term.
the sea pirates, but I haven't had come in contact with the sky pirates in a long time.
You've met with these sky pirates before, or skyrits, as our friend put it.
I don't
Everyone
know
here
about
knows how
these
to direct
ones, but I've seen some before.
It's right about now that you hear the door unclick, and the 6 stewardesses run through and open the back door and run back into the other cabins. And Patience walks in very frazzled, like more than she was before. Like she was evidently like something was on her mind, but now she's like completely like out of it.
We appear to be being boarded. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience, and the Harpenkala Airways does not. And she's like reading a little like note that is very obviously hand scribbled, and she just kind of like crumples it up and throws it on the ground. She's like, "Fuck it, okay. We are. This could be really fucking bad, and I'm really sorry. There's really nothing we can do about it at this point. Just these guys have a lot, and they're very powerful, and they probably have Dinium rifles. They normally do.
What?
So I just, give them what they want, and just hope that they don't hurt any of us."
Are we
All
gonna
right,
get a
everyone.
refund for this trip for this?
That's certainly a possibility. I don't know.
Quinn, this might help you with your debt.
Remember, everyone, if you get shot out of the sky, assume the starfish position and use your hands for drag and lift. Rotate your hands to go sideways. Aim for the water.
What he said. What? Okay.
Zenora's face would, if anybody was paying attention, Zenora was smiling throughout the entire part of the trip, but after hearing what she just heard, has now gone from a like cute smile to just a stern, just straight deadpan.
I
If
sit
anybody
back
look
down.
at Narek, they would see that he's actually very relieved right now to find out that it's not just a giant predator about to eat the train.
You now see out of the windows, you see two what appear to be like rowboats that are floating in the sky. They have these large metal keels that are glowing blue, as they are actively like have a fan on the back of them that's kind of like pushing them through the air. And you see these on either side of you. There are 5 individuals in each ship as they are going towards the back of the ship where the door was. They are holding these large tubular like weapons, and all of them have cutlasses off to the side, and they're just kind of like making their way to the front of the vessel. And you see Patience look out the window and go, "Oh, fuck me." Anything that they want, just cooperate. They probably won't hurt you if you cooperate. I'm terribly sorry. I just really, I was not wanting for this to fucking happen today.
I shove a box in front of Zenora's face. Raisin?
She just looks at the raisin box and then over at Quinn, and Quinn hears a voice in his head. I advise you take this seriously.
Oh, most certainly.
You say that out loud. You can't.
Patience.
Do you say that out loud, Spy?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can respond, but I say it out loud.
If it's what I'm thinking, Zenora, then he can't. If it's what I'm thinking that you're doing, then he cannot respond.
Okay, yeah.
Is it your race feature?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he can't respond to that.
Okay, yeah, I say it out loud anyway. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, okay. Just double check it. Yeah.
Oma attempts to get Patience's, kind of gives like a slight hand raise. Goes, Patience.
Yeah, yes, Master Oma.
Ooh, don't call me that.
Okay. No, sorry.
Has this happened before?
Not. I've heard of it happening, but not in my tenure. There's a reason we normally travel above the clouds.
So it's the sick man's fault.
I knew we should have thrown him off the train.
That is... what would you advise us best do?
Right
as
about
of
now,
right
you just
now?
hear like bang as the door is slammed open, and you see this man walk in as he's got like a massive bushy beard with a big red stripe going down the center of it. His eyes are painted black as this large, dark, like almost like mask, thin strip goes across his face. He's got a mohawk, and he's holding these 2 large pistol-like things with massive barrels that appear to hold like literally like mini cannonball type things. As he's holding these, as they're glowing blue. Everybody, show me your hands, boy! And we're gonna go to break.
Ooh.
Oh, god damn it.
I have written in my note. The most recent thing I wrote in my notes is Master Oma.
I'm so glad that is like your most recent notes.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna take a quick break. Use the washroom, grab a quick snack, fill your waters, and we'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right.
Who wants to see the notes I have on them?
Oh God.
And welcome back. I just finished talking about how Zenora, or Quinn's gonna riz up Zenora, I guess. So,
What's your last name again, Quinn?
10 Spark.
10 Spark? Nah, more like Quinn Riz Spark.
Yeah.
I hate it already. I hate it so much.
At least I don't have a -3 in charisma.
That is true.
Okay. So, you guys have been traveling on this Skyway carriage for about probably the better part of 45, maybe 50 minutes. You're getting close to your destination when you were suddenly stopped, and looking out the window, you see a large secondary carriage, more resembling ship. The carriage you're on more resembles a locomotive, but the ship before you more resembles the type you'd see more seabound. And as you see these rowboats entering towards you, about a minute later, the door slams open, and a man standing there with two large weapons stands there, and everybody show me your hands.
I start scribbling.
I said hands!
Raises
My hands are raised, sir.
And when he repeats himself, I jump a little bit and I put my hands up.
Does anyone not put up their hands?
I'm just sitting there staring.
So he's gonna put his hands up, but he's gonna look just annoyed.
Gotcha.
Like he's just gonna be like, again, like every time. Swear.
He points a gun at. There's an old woman sat in the booth behind you, Oma. And there's an old woman there, and he just points one of these weapons at her, and goes, "All right, y'all are gonna give me all your valuables, and the old lady don't get hurt. Understood?" And
I don't know the old lady.
he goes, "Boys!" And two gentlemen walk out, also holding these large rifles with the stocks that are probably like 5-6 inches wide. Like, you can only imagine the fucking shot that's going to come out of this. As they walk up, they kind of like point it around. See, everyone's got their hands up, except for Wayfarer, and they kind of like just hone in on him. And one of them's like, "Hey, boss, this one thinks he's funny. Can we shoot him?" "Yeah. Look at him. Fuck it, are you, buddy?"
Me?
Wayfarer.
While they're
Okay,
like
thank God.
while they're looking back at Wayfarer, and I'm like sitting a few seats behind with Zenora, can I try to like sneak under the seats?
They haven't like gone past you. They're still at the back of the carriage. Wayfarer up at the front. They've just got these long rifles, and they've got them aimed down towards the front where Wayfarer is standing. But you can try and sneak below the seat if you want.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
13, so 21.
Goddamn.
You head below the seat, and you don't hear anyone make a mockery or make any kind of noise about it. Doesn't take reference to it or whatever. Zenora, what's your passive perception?
11.
You would not even notice. You'd be too focused on the front. You wouldn't even notice Quinn disappear from beside you.
Oh.
And they're just kind of staring at you, Wayfarer. "Boss, let me kill it. Looks fun." "Nah, it might be valuable. Maybe we just take it." "You speak, buddy? You look a little weird than the normal ones I see. I got a few of you on my ship."
You have a few of me on your ship?
"Yeah, not like you. They don't talk as... You're weird. Maybe I don't want him." "Yeah, let me shoot him, boss. Let me shoot him. Let me shoot him." No.
See if he's got anything valuable on him. And he'll walk up to you and kind of like point at you with the rifle and kind of like gesture. Basically, kind of like put the barrel underneath your arm and try and like shove your arm up so that you put your hands up.
I grab the barrel of the gun.
Oh, and there we go.
I would recommend not touching me with that.
The other one, as you say that, as you grab the barrel and you like kind of look up at this guy, you feel something press on the side of your head, and as kind of like the internal form inside you, like your outer form stays where it's at, your inner form kind of like turns to the side, and you just kind of look up at this barrel that is placed directly on your face, and you look up at the guy holding it. He's got this big burly mustache, clean shaven everywhere else.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
like,
do that if I were you, buddy.
like my headpiece doesn't move from facing like the guy who's like I'm grabbing the gun of, but
Yeah.
my like facial features of like my eyes and face that just kind of like float.
Yeah.
They like move through, and you can see it like through some of the cracks of it. Just look right at him. What's this guy look like who's pointing a barrel at me?
He looks like he's got his finger on the trigger. He's ready to pull. What's your intelligence score?
Intelligence score 19.
19. You know for a damn fact that whatever projectile is going to come out of this thing at this close a range, honestly, would probably just kill you instantly.
Kid.
Now, you willing to
I have-
cooperate, or do we have to put you to the ground?
Ooh,
I do not understand. Why are you pointing these weapons at me? What have I done to you?
The big guy at the back, he fires straight up in the air, and you just hear the big boom as this massive bullet echoes through and leaves a hole in the roof about 10 inches wide, like literally almost like a foot hole in the roof of this carriage. And you watch as he's got this holster on his back leg that's just full of these like 6-inch balls, and he just kind of slams it into the side of it, reloading it, and points it out at you guys. We're gonna cooperate or people are gonna start dying.
All right, who do you think ye be?
I think I'm the man who's better take all your shit.
Who says I got shit worth taking?
That's why we're here. Empty your pockets.
Why don't you make me?
Points the gun straight.
And
at
he's
you.
gonna pull out the hand axe, and he's gonna immediately
I was
try
waiting
to
for
throw
him
it
to
at him.
Oh, I was waiting for him to pull out a gun.
No, I don't use those.
He pulls out a Glock.
You pull out a hand out and you try to throw it at him.
I'm not just gonna try. I am gonna.
You're gonna throw it at him.
Oh,
Roll the hit.
All right, first roll the hit.
Watches this man literally blow a fucking hole in the ceiling. I can take him.
I am definitely gonna miss this one. That's a nat 1.
Oh shit.
The first to hit is a natural one.
Yeah, this bodes real well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first natural one of the campaign.
Hits the old lady and kills her instantly.
Go ahead and roll me a d6.
That'll be a 2.
You throw this hand axe, and he was ready. Like he had his finger on the trigger, and as you throw it, as it leaves your hand, you hear a loud echoing boom, and it's almost like time moves in slow motion as this axe kind of like circles, like as it arcs in the air, and the large cannonball collide. The two of them explode into dust.
oh,
Just in the center. And he quickly turns the second pistol from the woman to you. I would like you all to roll initiative.
Oh,
First initiative.
God damn it.
hey.
You guys like my meme?
Oh fuck, dude!
I love
Come
it.
on.
I've definitely been there.
Yeah, I always
Fine,
remember
Nisha,
why I
don't
don't
force
use
it.
my real dice. My real dice always roll shit for me.
Yeah, like how do I roll initiative again? Forget.
Dude, I don't think I've ever rolled a good initiative ever.
Yeah, what do I do to roll initiative again?
So you
D20
D20
plus
plus dice.
initiative.
your initiative mod, which would
I'm
just
sorry,
be
what?
your dexterity if you don't
I'm
have
just
any
rolling
other-
it in roll 20, honestly.
Just a D20.
Say that again.
Another
People were
8.
talking. I
Sorry,
couldn't hear you.
D20 plus your dexterity modifier if you have no other things that give you an initiative bonus.
Okay.
And I just need to quickly draw this.
God damn it.
Just give me 2 seconds here. As I wasn't prepared for this, so now I have to draw it real quick.
Remember at the beginning of the session when Jazz mentioned that like there wasn't combat planned unless we do something to do that?
Yeah, he
I
was
remember.
expecting us to just give him all our shit.
I'm not gonna give these pirates all my fucking crowbar. Fuck that.
You think I'm giving
That's
up my
so funny.
internet?
I don't even have any starting gold.
It was a. No.
I have nothing for ye fights. Anyway.
I'm gonna protect me shit that I ain't got.
Which is nothing.
Which I'm gonna protect me shit which is nothing, or die fighting for shit.
Die fighting for shit. Okay, and
I was
then-
gonna like attempt to like do anything, do something. But then the hand axe was thrown and I was like, there's nothing I can do now.
I haven't even put tokens in for you guys yet. Shit, fuck, this is.
I just made mine.
I already have one for you.
Oh, I'm already editing my character sheet on it. It's there.
What's it look like?
It's in journal. Look at it.
Oh, I got a cooler one for you. Same picture, just I put an outline on it. I'm hooking you guys up. Don't worry.
We're hooking up? Sweet.
I got
I
good.
can't see it because you didn't give me access.
You'll see it in a second here. I'm just updating everything.
Okay.
I'll upload all the pictures in. Takes a second. Oops. Marshall and Sonora.
What do you call a fish without an eye?
Okay, so
A fish.
Oh, fish. Yep.
Quinn is underneath the table. Zenora is sitting to the side. Wayfarer is standing up at the front with the other two. Marshall is off here. The Eladrin elf is behind. That's too big. And Oma is over here with Gredge. And then I need to add in the other people. Oh, fuck. Shit. Wait, fuck. That's... There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Where the fuck are all my tokens? I really did not set this up. I wasn't prepared. I don't feel prepared like the fucking goat from what's that old fucking movie? Hoodwinked.
Hoodwinked?
Yeah. Be prepared, be prepared. You'll never be scared. Okay.
I'm pretty fucking scared.
Good. That's how you're supposed to be.
We're supposed to be
'cause
scared?
These guys have big guns. Very big guns.
I have something bigger.
If this is a penis joke.
My cock, not.
It was supposed to be implied that it was a penis joke, but wasn't a penis joke.
Well, that's...
I have something bigger than your guns.
I was-
My ego dies immediately.
No, it's my great axe.
You had a great axe, but you threw the tiny axe? What the fuck, man?
How are you gonna
Well, I'm
throw a great
You,
axe?
you
I can throw
try.
the great axe.
You try, that's how.
The amount of time it would have taken him to get the fucking great axe out, they would have killed him. You'd be like, oh, hold on. Let me get this out.
Yeah, it's like I wanted to throw the great axe, or throw the hand axe, and then get the great axe ready to just slash him down after, but you know. So the great axe is out now, but he didn't, you know, his first attack didn't work.
Okay. This is this. Let me move you all over. And then I guess I need to give you all access to your tokens controlled by Sir Kilp. Zenora controlled by... I'll set this up properly later, but for now just let's go with this. Quinn controlled by Spytron. Nuvian Lennon. Marshall. Lord of Thy Weebs. And then we got Mr. Oma. Controlling himself. Okay. Initiatives. Sorry. Okay.
If you just bring it up, remember we can all add our own.
That's true.
All right, everybody put your initiative as 20.
Gotta give everyone a turn. Go ahead and pop those bad boys in there, boys.
Oh wait, no.
That be some sad initiatives.
Aren't they great?
How dare you roast our
It's the
initiative even
second
though they're
level.
trash?
We got 2 4s, dude.
Doesn't that mean we get double something?
Not quite.
Doubles, yep.
I think that means we both double our initiative, which then means we're tied with someone else. So then we double it again, and we're actually
And then we
at
double it again, 'cause
16.
then we
Yeah, and
double
then we
to
double
16.
it again. So we're all at 32,
I love that.
except for Quinn. Quinn stays at 21.
Yeah.
Okay. Fight against Skyrits. First damage table being made.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
Did you just roll a 0?
There wasn't a roll on it. It was broken.
Okay.
Okay. Top of the round. This has activated. Quinn, you are beneath the table, and you hear a loud bang go off, and then this guy start laughing. You're underneath the table. What do you do?
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna move this over. Okay, I'm over here, and this guy. There's no name tags. Which one is between 3 and 2?
Between 3 and 2, that's Wayfarer.
Okay. Oh yeah, now I can see it now that I'm zoomed in. I am going to come over here, and I'm gonna attack number 3.
You come out from underneath the table. This guy actively has his gun at like being held by Wayfarer. Wayfarer's kind of holding the barrel off to the side. He has full attention to Wayfarer. I'll give you flanking advantage.
I already have advantage because I'm hidden.
Huh?
This rogue.
Yes.
I hid, remember?
You hid.
Yeah.
I thought you said because you're hitting. I'm like, you have advantage anytime you go to hit something? Where does that come from?
Just a neat little feature.
Because I am hitting him, I have
Yes.
advantage. Like, excuse me?
Yeah, you didn't read that. You didn't read that D&D Beyond character I sent you? Gosh.
Like, I didn't see that in the character sheet. By the way, these green things I'm putting in are the partitions between the benches. The kind of
Okay.
basically the seats. So it'd be double movement to move over them. Same with the
All
tables.
right. I wasn't expecting to have like heavy weapons out, so I like reach into my coat and I pull out just a knife that I usually use to like cut apples and shit. And so I will make
Letter
an
opener.
attack.
Pulls out the butter knife.
That is a 11. I think that went right.
Are those the 2 rolls right there?
I think.
What is
rolling-
happening here?
You know what? I'm just gonna roll dice. I'll figure this out
You
later.
rolled a 4 and a 5.
All right. Let's see. 9. I just rolled because I don't want to decipher this. 9 plus 6 is 15.
Yeah. Did you upload your character sheet to this?
I'm actively doing it, but
Oh,
I'm doing it
okay.
on the wrong one because you didn't give me access to the first one.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I will set it up properly later. My apologies. I was not expecting to do this today.
No. It's fine. It's fine.
How much, sorry?
Let's see. 15 hits, you said?
15 does it.
Okay. So that is going to be 2 plus 4 for 6 plus my sneak attack. So 10 damage. As I just come back and like I'm just like I come out from under the seat and I look over at who is this? Is that Narek right next to me?
That's Zenora.
That's
I think.
Zenora.
No, that's Zenora. I look over at Zenora and I like shush. I'm like shh, and then I stab the knife and I'm aiming for like the back of his neck.
You basically run out, like you sneak up behind you, jump up off the table, and you perch yourself off the seat, and you jump up and you grab on the back of his neck, and you just jab your fucking knife deep into the back of his neck. Wayfair, you see his throat begin to kind of bulge, and you see the starting to form of a little bit of a tip on the front of his like throat as this knife is pressed deep into his throat. He's still alive. He's not fucking feeling great, but he's still alive.
And as a level 1, that's literally everything I can do.
Alrighty. Moving on. It is that guy's turn, actually.
I'm just trying to figure this out.
He gets stabbed in the back of the neck, and he's got this gun that's at like point blank with Wayfair, and he kind of like goes to turn around to see what's behind him, and you kind of like holding onto the knife, just kind of like stick with him, to which he takes the butt of the gun and just kind of jabs it into your chest.
Well, aren't I still holding that one?
Make a strength check.
Five.
You had to beat a 16.
I did not.
You were close.
Unfortunate.
Though.
You were pretty
I
close.
was
You're pretty
close.
close.
I was
You're-
really close,
You're almost
yeah.
there. Almost there. He like yanks the gun out of you, and then he butts you in the back. Quinn, I would like you to make make a strength check to try and hold onto onto his back.
Okay. Just a strength check?
Yep.
There. 8.
8. With that, I'll say like he kind of butts you off the back and he hits you in the stomach, and you kind of like as you fall back. You let the knife just kind of slips out of your grasp as you fall down on the ground. I'll say that you're prone. He turns around and he just points the gun straight at your face. That would have been his action, so we can't actually pull the trigger. So that'll be the end of his turn. But Quinn, you will be considered prone.
Okay. And you said I dropped my knife?
Your knife is lodged in his throat.
Okay.
It's still there. If you, I would have said if you beat the 16 of his strength, of his strength check, then you could have held on with the knife. If you got higher than a 10, then you could have pulled the knife out with you, but just below a 10, just you fell back.
Okay.
And then you are prone actively. Moving on to Marshall.
Marshall.
All right.
With Nuvian
Marshall
on deck.
is going.
Marcel.
Marshall is going to. Well, I'm not going to be able to make it to number 1 in one turn, so we're just going to go up to number 4. And I'm going to take a swing at him with the great axe.
That's grudge. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's
sorry.
grudge.
Oh,
I mean,
never
you
mind.
can swing at
Okay.
him if you
I wanna
want,
attack
but
back.
Sorry.
you can swing at him if you want.
All right. Well, this is as close as I can get. I'm gonna just straight up throw a javelin at him then.
Are you sure that's as close as you can get?
I only have 25 movement.
You
Yeah.
have one more. You have one more
Okay.
spare.
You can cut
You
corners.
can cut that corner.
That is true. Okay. Yeah. So okay, then I will swing at him with the great axe.
Roll to hit.
Big swing.
That's a 20. Dirty 20.
30, 20.
Oh.
That'll hit.
That would have been funny if you got a natural 1 and then a natural 20.
All right. So it's gonna be. That's gonna be 8 damage.
8 damage.
Slashing.
So you walk up to this guy after having thrown your hand axe at him and him shattering it with this cannonball like bullet. And as you walk up to him, just kind of like charging with your axe, running, you just plant it straight into his side as it just kind of like explodes with a bit of blood at the side. He stares down at you and he just points his pistol down for 10 damage, you said, right?
For 8.
8, sorry, my bad. Thank you.
Show no fear in the face of danger.
You're gonna fucking get it, buddy, for that.
And is that your turn?
Yeah.
Nuvian.
You should rage.
Nuvian will. How far away is he? Yeah. Nuvian is going to.
Getting over that table will
Cower.
be difficult terrain, just so you know.
He is going to cower a little bit and cast Toll of the Dead at this guy.
All right.
So that's going to be a Wisdom saving throw.
Fuck yeah.
That's a fail, definitely. 8.
Yeah, it's a fail.
Uh-huh.
So that's going to be 1d12 damage.
Fuck yeah.
And God, I need a d12.
Isn't that
Here's
extra if he's been hit before?
It is extra. It's 1d12 if he's damaged.
Gotcha.
and
It's D8.
1d8 if
yeah,
he's not.
I remember. Sorry.
All good.
God bless.
Oh,
God
11
bless
damage.
Toll the Dead.
11. Fuck yeah.
A big bong of a bong goes out and rings in this guy's head.
As this like big loud energy just kind of booms in this guy's head, you watch as he kind of like recoils in pain as his ears kind of almost begin to bleed. Is that everything?
And then Nuvian is going to run over here. And that was 20, I think. And then you said this is difficult terrain, right? So I can only go here.
Yeah. So now you'd be
I don't know.
standing on the seats.
You know what? I like it. Hey, look over here! And then I'll end my turn.
Gotcha. Before Oma, it's gonna be 2's turn. And he's already got the fucking thing pointed at Wayfarer, straight at his head. He's just gonna pull the trigger, but it's at disadvantage because it's this close. That is a natural 20 and then a fucking 4.
So
I wa-
he shoots me right in the head, but all of the like magic energy just kind of like moves out of the way, and he shoots
As you
through my
were
head.
as you tried to hold onto this gun, your grasp slipped away from you, and you just kind of like shifted your body, and there's a gap between your head, like the physical form of your head and the astral form of your head, and it kind of shifts, and he just shoots straight through the astral form, and it just kind of like disperses the blue energy, and it almost looks like when someone gets shot in the head and it kind of just like explodes blood everywhere. Same thing happens with Wayfarer, and just blue energy just like kind of explodes everywhere and then begins to reform back into his face.
He does that, and my eyes like shift across the surface of the energy to look at him again.
What the fuck are you?
A nightmare.
And then he'll use his bonus action to reload the gun. Yeah, that's all he's got. And then Oma.
Okay.
Did you put 2 in the
Yep.
turn order? There it is.
Yep.
You got it.
Okay. Let's move that. I had an idea, and now I don't know what idea has. Okay, I know the idea is gonna go. So number 3 is pointing straight down, about to attempt to fucking blast.
He's got this
Quinn,
long
right?
gun basically just like pointed straight at Quinn's face as he's got a dagger in the back of his throat. You see the handle of it sticking out the back and like a tip like starting to protrude from the front of his throat
If my mouse would fucking work.
as
Okay.
he's like choking
So
on
I
blood.
have faith that Quinn could kill him. So is there like doors? There's doors to exit to other cars, correct? In the front and back.
Yeah, so there's a door up here at the front, and then there's a door back here to get to the back.
Almost stands on the seat and turns to look at number 2, and I need him to make me intelligence saving throw.
A what, sorry?
And sorry, a wisdom. Sorry, it's wisdom. A wisdom saving throw.
Gotcha. That's an 11.
He fails.
All right, what happens?
So I cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. That's on 2 or 3, sorry.
So he, number 2. So he takes 10 psychic.
Okay.
And it's as if these piercing voices just like are come from every direction as he kind of looks over, and there's me just staring at him, and he has to take his reaction to use all of his movement to get as far away from me as possible.
Okay. And that's actively? Like, right away?
It's like no on this turn, so he has to use his reaction right now.
Gotcha. To get as far away from you
Yeah.
as he can, which is right
Yes.
there. So he dips
Opportunity
past
attack.
you. You most certainly can.
I was gonna say I don't know if it's opportunity attack, because I know if like
Oh,
a
if
push or
it-
something doesn't provoke it.
Yeah, is it unwilling?
But
I think?
because it is because I think it's unwilling, because it pretty much it's not exactly fear, but it pretty much forces them to move. So I don't think it's willing.
It's unlike a commander.
So that would
I
be up
think
to
it
you.
makes sense because he's
entirely
using
sure.
his reaction instead of movement. So, like he's using his reaction
Yeah.
to move. So
Yeah, no, I agree. As long as you guys are okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
I was gonna say I like that. Yeah.
Anything else from you
Whatever
there, Omar?
you say, Jazz. I'm not. That is everything. That was one of my special shots.
Gotcha. Moving
That's
on. Wayfarer and Zenora, do you guys want to roll these, or do you want to just who wants to go first?
Rollies.
Rollers, yeah. Why not?
10.
Let's get my special die. Let's see here. 11.
Fuck.
Zenora
All right.
with Wayfarer on deck.
Okay. Seeing Quinn get knocked to the ground and have a barrel pointed right at his face, I will quickly pull out the longbow that I have and fling and shoot an arrow at 3.
Alrighty, roll the hit.
Okay. 12.
12 just hits.
Cool. Then. Oh. 9.
9. Okay. How do you want to do this?
Whoa.
Let's see here. Hold on. Leaning over the seat instantly, the second I see the barrel be pointed at Quinn, I swiftly just release my bow as I'm standing, drawing an arrow, and flinging it instantly, and like sticking the arrow right into his neck, making kind of like a cross between the dagger and and that's already in his throat. So there's like an X connecting right in his throat.
Fuck yeah. So she does this, like he's turned, and the two they almost collide, and you hear a slight ting in his throat, like kind of echo out through as the arrowhead and the dagger collide. The dagger shifts and kind of like cuts open his throat a little bit, and it's almost like slicing his throat, but from the inside. Like when you hit it, it pushes the dagger outward, and the throat just kind of slits on the inside, and you watch his blood bellows from his throat. He drops down to his knees, and his finger was on the trigger, and he was ready to fire. And as he drops to his knees, you just hear bang echo out through the cabin as the bullet just goes off and scatters along the ground as this big cannonball just kind of like flings off to the side and goes out the side wall about here, where a bunch of dust and just kind of like outside air begins to like kind of seep into the vacuum that is the inside of this cabin before it is immediately, very quickly shielded off by some force.
Hey.
Anything else?
Then I would. Are these tables able, are they bolted to the ground, or are they?
Yeah, they are very, very harshly
okay,
anchored down.
Alrighty. Then I don't think I can really. Yeah, I will then get up from my seat and move right here, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Gotcha. Wayfarer.
All right. I would like to pick up his gun.
Okay. You pick it up. This thing is heavy. It's big. It's like the size of you, basically. It's a big, long rifle.
And since how it just went off, I assume it's not loaded. So instead of using the gun, I'm going to use magic missile. And one of them's going to hit number 2. And I believe I roll 1d4, and that's damage for all of them, right?
Yep.
So it's going to be 2 force damage on number 2.
2 force on number 2.
Is he still up?
He is.
Then the second
He's
one's going to hit him for another 2.
Not looking very. He's not looking very good. Second one hits.
Is he still up after that one?
Uh-huh.
Then the third one's going to hit him as well for 6 total.
And that'll do it. Now, how do you want to do this?
I pick up his friend's gun, and my head just turns unnaturally to look right at him, and I'll hold up my hand that's not holding the gun, just point at him, and 3 just small little needles just go like 1, 2, 3 right into his chest.
He's just finished running away from you as fast as he can, as he's holding his head as these whispers are echoing through him. He finally composes himself, puts his hand down to his side, repositions his gun, turns around, points it straight at you as he's hit once, and then he goes to pull the trigger, but hit a second time, and he drops the gun, and then the third one hits him right in the chest. He drops down to his knees and just falls right on his face.
Well, that's it.
Alrighty, and before Quinn, we got Gretch.
Let's go.
He's like, ah, fuck, this isn't fucking good shit. And you watch as he like pulls out of his ankle holster this big, large nut. Like his ankle is his legs are massive. This guy's like a big ass fucking Goliath. So out of like his, not a thigh holster, but it might as well be a thigh holster, but it's on his cap. He pulls out basically a short sword, and he just leaps over the table, and he's gonna run right up to number one, and he's just gonna slash right into his chest. I'd rolled at advantage for some reason. I don't know why. Fuck, it's an 11. He just runs up, slashes, and he just slashes at him, and it just kind of like scaves off of one of his guns that he's holding. And now he just kind of like repositions himself and has two guns pointed both at Marshall and one at Gredge. And then it's his turn. Rolled a natural fucking 1. And he's going to pull both of said triggers. Both are at disadvantage. The one at Marshall is, oh fuck me, that's a 3 and a 6, so does a 7 hit you, Marshall? Marshall?
Does a what hit me?
A 7?
No.
No. Bam! This thing bellows out off the side, just kind of like goes over your shoulder. It leaves like a bit of a like almost like a flame off your shoulder as like it just like brushes off you. He's like, motherfucker, and he pulls the trigger on the other one. Oh, that's a bit better. Fuck, that is gonna hit. Shit. It's a 15 on Gredge, so Gredge runs up and he slashes into him and he fires once at Marshall and then he points a gun straight into Gredge's face and pulls, and you watch as this thing basically just like hits him in the face, compresses in his skull, and I don't want to roll the damage, but fuck, yep. Shit. You watch as Gredge's face just kind of like gets a hole straight through it. As brain matter is just scattered out the back as this bullet comes flying past and just goes right past you, Oma, as Gredge drops his sword and falls down to the ground, unconscious.
Damn it,
Rip
Gretch should have used his Goliath ability. No.
And back to the top of the round, we got Quinn
All right.
with Marshall on deck.
Yeah, I'll use my movement to stand up, and I will. I'll like look up and see. Like, can I see him like actively fall as I stand up? Pretty much.
You hear a bang as you stand up, and you watch basically kind of like you hear a clang as you stare over the table in the distance, which is like about at your eye level, but like you see over the table, you just watch as like basically a headless figure drop, like grayish blue figure drops to the ground.
All right, I see that, and I immediately just hurl all over this table, and I get back down on my knees.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Marshall.
All right, I'm going to rage.
I like the idea of this. Make a con save. You should make a con save too.
Me?
No, I'm joking.
I was gonna say I'm not.
Anytime someone dies in front of
me.
you should make a con save, and if you fail, you throw up and you forgo your turn.
I've seen death before. So he's gonna take another. He's gonna rage and then take another swing.
Gotcha. That was a D12 you rolled there, Weebs.
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Okay.
I figured out my rolls.
You did?
Yeah.
Nice.
If I had actually attacked, would have gotten a 13.
Nice.
I even separated my sneak attack. Really cool.
Nice. Is it really just 1d6 at level 1?
Yeah.
I thought it was 2d6 for some reason. Huh. Can you do reckless at level 1?
It's level 2.
No.
Shitty.
Yeah, that's just damage.
That is gonna miss.
No, that's
unfortunately.
gonna miss.
Yeah.
Well, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Nuvian with Oma on deck.
Didn't do any less than I did. Don't worry.
I think I'm going to. It'd be funny to not. You know what? I'm just gonna. I'm gonna jump from here onto there
Easily enough.
for some style points, and then I'm going to just toll the dead this guy as well. Again,
Wisdom save?
and so that's wisdom save on you.
Sorry?
Wisdom save on you.
That is a 13.
It fails.
Okay, roll it.
That is going to be 4 damage.
As this loud banging bell echoes in his head, he eventually comes to a little bit, and his ears begin to bleed, and his nose begins to bleed, and he begins to drool from his mouth. These fucking people, everyone fucking off the ship! And that'll be. Is that all your turn?
That was a bit scary, so I'm going to run away, actually. And that's it.
Oma.
Does that look like? Does it sound like he's trying to run away?
What's your
Passive.
passive insight?
Passive insight is 15.
15. It sounds like he's looking a little worse for wear. You get the sense that maybe he thinks that he might not be able to get out of this, but he wants to get the rest of his crew out of this.
Okay. That is such a shame. Perfect. Cool. I cast sleep. Does he have 17 hit points or less? I cast from over here, so I do not catch Marshall.
He does have less than 17 hit points, yeah.
He falls right to fucking sleep.
All right. You watch as
So
he basically just passes out.
Oma turns back around after watching this guy who is getting right sloshed. He's worried, and just takes this small reaches into his coat and takes almost like sand and just makes a Y hand motion with it, and with the other hand points to his buzz, goes shh, and he just falls unconscious.
Yeah, he drops down to the ground. It's as the bells are echoing from his head, and he's yells this out. He just you watch his eyes go tired, and he just drops down to the ground, snoring loud
I use my free action to call out mainly to Marshall. Maybe we shouldn't kill him. Tying him up and asking him questions could be fruitful.
Is that it?
That is it.
Zenora! This man just passed out in front of you. He's sleeping. He looks quite peaceful, actually. Probably needs it. Josh, you're muted.
Oh, my bad.
You're good.
Alrighty. So let's see. I can only move. Let's see. Bam. 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 I move all the way. I'm sprinting down the train car, and I witnessed that man just get fucking his head explode, just flower like a sunflower but with flesh, and that set me off. I'm running with intent to kill, and
Remind, I will go fuck myself then.
I he hear his cry, obviously, to not, but to not kill him. So I will do a non-lethal strike by stomping on the back of his neck.
Okay, go ahead and
Non-lethal, break the neck.
roll an unarmed strike.
Batman shit.
So D20 plus your strike mod.
Okay.
With advantage because he's prone.
Yes, with advantage, sorry.
Okay. Oh, all right. 20. Nat 20. So it's 24.
Nat 20?
Nat 20. 24. Yeah.
Okay. So now the question comes, do we infer this as the nat 20 being that he's so in tune with his skills that he's able to control this kick, or that he's critically hit him so badly that she has...
I mean,
Well, mechanically,
I mean,
you can-
she did just mention that she was running over in like a rage because watching Gresh get his head blown off set them off.
But she did say non-lethal, so that's why I'm
Yeah,
considering...
true.
mechanically, you can always non-lethal a unarmed strike or any sort of melee.
I
attack.
could have just paralyzed him forever.
That's true, that's true.
You could just say that.
You smash down into the back of his neck, and he only had one.
I want to explain it what I do.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
So,
Go for it.
so I'm sprinting, right? Just killed this one guy, right? First kill of the session, by the way. I'm proud to say that. And sprinting down the cartway, see this guy get his fucking face, just his head like sunflowered. I'm pissed. So I'm sprinting and I basically like you know those like fucking when I use the wait he's a dwarf, right?
Yes.
Okay. How tall is he?
Marshall?
Yeah, Marshall.
How tall are you? Weebs. Joden.
How tall am I?
Yeah.
Like 4 foot.
Okay. So as I'm sprinting, with my let's see, I have nimble. I can move through spaces of any creature that is a size. Oh wait, no, a size larger than me. Okay. I like since he's just about my height. Could I like flip over like his back or
For
like
flavor,
climb up
I mean,
his?
you had the extra speed anyway. Or I'd say you can. I'd allow it. Yep.
Okay, I flip over his back, and on the descent, I slam the back of my heel onto this guy's neck while he's sleeping.
As he's sleeping, you slam your heel into him, and you just hear like, you hear a crack as he's. You see him like you hear him start to choke on himself, and then he goes back to snoring. Secret takes or spell falls. Does the spell disappears if he takes damage or if he goes on like?
Yeah, if even if someone uses an action to like shake him awake.
Gotcha.
So
if
he takes any damage at all, he is like back up.
Gotcha. So he's like sleeping. You hit him. He's like, and then he just stops breathing.
He dies. He's dead.
As you slam into the back of his neck. He doesn't appear to necessarily be dead. He's not actively breathing. But he's not as fucked up as the other two by any means. Is that your turn, Zenora?
Yeah. Then guess that's everything I can do within my turn.
Wayfarer.
I would like to loot the body for bullets in front of me.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
19.
You find 3 of these large 6-inch pellet or like cannonball basically things, and a tube of gunpowder. How you would go about loading this weapon, maybe not 100% known by you. You also find a small diamond necklace, as well, along with 6 silver.
Diamond necklace, dude?
Yeah.
And like how big are these fucking bullets? They're like cannonballs,
They're
you
like
said? Or are they
cannonballs.
like
They're
like
about-
shot puts?
They're about shot puts actually. They're like 6 inches in diameter.
Jesus Christ.
They weigh about 10 pounds
Uh,
each.
I got 3 of them. Okay, why are there no... Okay, I'm just gonna put bullets. And... You know what? Can I go over to this guy and do the same thing? Look for more of them?
Not on this action, but you can move over there.
Cool.
And then back to the top of the round. Quinn, is there anything you'd like to do before we exit initiative? Just because you were top of the round, I'll give that to you. Oh, wait,
Honestly,
shit,
I
sorry.
don't think so.
I forgot why I wanted to go to his turn, and then I remembered, oh yeah, because I wanted to roll a death save in case he rolls a natural 20, and then he can just come back.
Oh well, it was non-lethal, right? He doesn't get death saves. He's staple.
True. That's my bad. Never mind. Good, because he would have died because he rolled in that one anyways. So I was going to say, I wanted to see if he would come up, but no, he just died instantly. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, Quinn, if you're not going to do anything, then we'll say that we are out of initiative. As you look out the window, you see the same rowboat exiting out the side with 3 people on it, kind of staring into your cabin with guns appointed.
Everybody get down!
As shots begin to echo out through the cabin, the glass shatters and glass goes everywhere as these cannonballs echo through the chamber as the ship passes and disappears onto the other ship.
Once the fire stops, do the tables have tablecloths on them?
Yes. They have these
I'd like
very
to
nice, like
take the-
silken woven tablecloths.
Oh, that's a shame. I would like to take the tablecloth off of the table I'm at, and I would like to drape it over Gretch.
Over what, sir?
Oh, I would like to drape it over Gretch, like cover his body with it.
Gotcha, for sure.
Can I go tie up the guy that we caught?
For sure.
All right, what's that? Sleight of hand.
Yeah, sure. And then Wayfarer, if you're looting that body, you can go ahead and make another investigation check.
16.
16. Yeah, you tie him up pretty nice. You bind his feet. You bind his ankles. What are you tying him up with?
I got rope.
Gotcha. You just tie him up nice and tight. Get him all kind of like rolled up in a ball, nice and hog-tied. He's good. He's good and gagged and tied up, and he'll stay there. He ain't moving.
18.
18. On this guy, you find another 3 of these cannonballs and another little pouch, and you find a little coin purse that has 3 gold in it.
Awesome. After looting that, I will go back over with everyone else to assess what is happening.
Gotcha.
I would like to loot number 1 here.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. What'd you get?
17.
17. you're looting his body, and you find his two like cannonball type pistols, and then on his side you get 5. He had 5 left. 5 of the smaller S cannonballs that are about 5 inches. 5 inches.
Can I go
Or
search these
4
bodies
inches thick,
for
sorry.
like stuff that isn't guns?
So you said 2 pistols and 4 bullets?
2 of these pistols, and they're 4 they're small cannonballs. They're 3 inches in diameter, and a small little gunpowder pouch on him as well. And then you also find a note in his pocket, and as you kind of unfurl it and look past the blood, as from your first strike kind of striking him in the side, his whole side got all bloodied. This note's a little bit covered in blood, but shaking off the blood and reading it. It's just a note saying the position and the time of when the sky carriage that you're on would be in this area.
That's not good.
They were planning to get us. Guys, take a look at this note.
I
That's
skim
interesting.
I skim it over and I say, well, that doesn't really make any sense unless if they were expecting us to be at this altitude.
Well, if it was in the general area, they just had to go a little bit higher if we weren't.
Well, here's the thing. If we were higher, we would have been further along on our trip.
Yeah. I wanna go look for the guy that was originally sick. I know what he looks
Yes,
like.
I had that exact idea. I would.
Wait, quick question. Is Greg like full dead right now?
Greg is missing his head, basically.
Okay.
It's
Sounds
but
alright.
a flesh wound.
I cast True Resurrection.
On this guy you knew for 2 minutes. Yeah, entering back out into the normal cart, there's a massive amount of panic. You do see one dead body in the center, and people kind of cowering off to the side of it. The door is broken open with what appears to be, there's a massive hole where the locking mechanism was. They supposedly blew the door just straight open with one of their weapons. And then there's just a body lying in the front, also basically missing its head, with a hole, with not a hole, but like with this massive bullet, along with like a round of flesh just seeded into the ground, almost as if they literally like brought this guy over, brought him to his knees and put him out executioner style, just shot him straight down to make amends out of him. A lot of people are like grabbing their children and just kind of like fearing for themselves, staring at the door, crying panic. In the dining car, you do not see the figure that was originally sick, who was kind of like positioned up where on the bench.
Is there any people around, like the stewardess? No, they would like the stewardess who are this.
They
Is she
were riding
around?
with the captain, weren't they?
They ran back right before they came in, so they're actively kind of like helping people, like they're helping people up to their feet. They're making sure everyone's all right, and kind of like shielding children from the disgusting corpse that is in the center of the car.
Quinn, can you question her all attempts to quell the woman folk?
Yes. Okay.
And with that, leaving Quinn in charge of that, Oma kind of goes over to where all these people are freaking out. And is gonna attempt to like quell them, pretty much be like the worst has passed, like attempt to calm.
Okay, so Spy's getting tired. You're asking Quinn to question the woman that was supposed to be with the sick guy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we come in and we look around looking for him, don't see him. And I would like to go up to this woman that originally was watching him.
She's actively like kind of like holding a child like tied up against her chest. Like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Everything's okay.
What's
We're
her
gone."
race?
She's a human woman.
All right, so I like tap on her hip a little bit from behind her.
She kind of like leans over, like she kind of like turns her head. Yes.
Hello. May I have a moment? Would you follow me into somewhere more private?
I'm a little busy right now.
You can bring the child.
Can it wait?
No.
Here, if
Can I roll persuasion?
he just has
Sure.
he just has to ask you a few questions is all. I'll take care of the people here. The questions could potentially be more important than this.
16.
Here. And she kind of like turns the child. Everything's gonna be fine. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry. And she hands the child off to another one of the stewardesses. Comes with you.
So, is the dining car empty? Like no people in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so I like lead her in there, and we'll like find a place to sit. I sit down and I like cross my arms slightly, like kind of hang them over my legs and lean in, and I stare at her face for a second. Did you know this was gonna happen?
I'm sorry?
Well, it seems interesting that this man went missing. You were supposed to be watching over him.
What man went missing?
The sick one, remember?
I don't know. Where is he?
Yes, this was your job. I wanna insight on to gauge how she's immediately reacting to this line of questioning.
Roll an insight check.
20.
You pick up on the sense that she is a little uncomfortable just by the whole situation in general. She genuinely does appear to not know what you're talking about, though.
Okay, so as I realize that, I will lighten my composure a little bit, and I lean back and say, okay, well, not too long ago, there was a man here who was feeling a little bit sickly from altitude sickness, and
Yes,
I believe
I
it
remember
was
that.
you that was tending to him.
I was, and then when the captain called all the stewardesses to the front, I had to leave him to go up front.
It might interest you to know that we have found notes on the assailants. They intended for us to be where we were at that time, so I believe that this person may have been set up to make sure that we were in the right place at the right time.
Set up?
Yes. The people expected us to be at a lower altitude than normal.
She appears too in shock to kind of comprehend what you're trying to put forth, but for the most part, she does understand what you're saying. But she's not trying to delve into it too deeply.
So, what I need from you, ma'am, is I need to know where this sick man was or is. What happened to him?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. If he's not here, he's not here.
Could you
Who do you know if anybody would know?
start a search party?
I mean,
we
it's,
could
there's not,
aid.
There's not that many
You know
people here. We can just look around for him. If he's here, we'll find him. There's not many places to hide here, especially not in economy. It's just an open floor with some handrails and some different ropes hanging from the roof to hold on to.
All right.
Right.
I
I
guess.
cast thaumaturgy on myself to make my voice loud, and just like announce to the cart. Does anyone know what happened to the sick man?
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Okay. Ooh. That is a dirty 20.
You hear a lot of murmuring and a lot of kind of like crying, and people kind of like look up at you and just think about it. You see a lot of heads shaking, and then one guy stands up. Yeah, he was sitting next to me. I thought I saw him leave with them.
Thank you very much, my good sir. Oh, I think that settles it.
He escaped.
Yes.
Interesting. You can, if you care at all, you can see Quinn like actively deciding on whether or not he cares right now. He's like, is this worth it? Well, I suppose I sketched down what their what the assailants looked like and their ship. I suppose we could turn it into the police when we get to our destination.
I too have a sketch if you'd like to see it.
Yes, I would. Comparing notes never hurts.
Yes, this is Celestia.
This looks. His other nostril bleeds. This is not. I was talking about the ship.
Oh, I see. My apologies.
He shows you this beautiful sketch of this like angel-esque woman in the stars. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I mean, more importantly than a sketch, we literally have one of the pirates, despite one of our best interests, to crush his neck.
Yes. Should we wake him? I think we should wake him.
I believe he is horrendously unconscious.
If I may, I think that we should continue on our journey. We need to get down to ground as soon as possible. We have injured individuals, and frightened people. We need to alert the port authorities. So if it pleases you, I don't know why I'm asking like you're in charge here. I'm in charge. Never mind. Sorry. But the ship will.
Onwards to Everton.
Okay. And she just kind of like walks past you, like, what the fuck am I? What? This is my job. What is I doing? And she just walks on past to the front of the ship.
Does anybody have any knowledge of interrogation tactics?
Probably the police.
But why would you let them handle it?
Well, it's their job. They're trained.
Well, I have not been trained.
This proves my point further. Listen, we will follow my usual codex, and if the police do not seem at all interested, then I will personally take it on as business of Silver Spark Inquiries. You have my word.
Seems a waste to just leave a skyrate, I mean, just resting peacefully.
You know, I was so proud of that last night. Now I feel so fucking stupid. I was like, this is cool, like, mix of words, this is nice, but the more you say it, the more I'm like, that sounds so cringy. This is just terrible.
You could
I made note of it in my notes.
I have
you
committed
could give them
to
like an actual name other
No,
than generic Skyrit.
Well, I mean, they have
like
a name.
gang name.
They have a name, but they just are Skyrits.
Skyrits.
That's what.
Wayfarer, where have you gone?
Pirates of the Sky will be known as.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Jazz?
how long have you been there?
3 minutes and 24 seconds.
You're very good at being there. Would you be interested in interrogating this man with us?
I mean,
I know
can
how
do whatever you need.
I certainly know how unbiased you tend to be.
Yeah,
Yes, all right.
sure, if you need me to.
Jet.
The stewardess said to wait until we land, but no, I'm growing impatient. We should question.
Not only did this steward also mention that, you also agreed with the steward
Yes,
to let the police handle it.
Did
Yes,
we?
yes. We can aid the police. We will simply question him. We will
Yes.
not.
If I may, Quinn, would it not be
may.
dangerous to wake up a pirate who just a Skyrit who just infiltrated us?
Oh,
He is-
damn it.
he is-
Perhaps
he is
perhaps we may
restrained.
want to. Yes, but perhaps just for the safety of everyone here, we may want to leave him unconscious until our
Well,
arrival.
isn't the most dangerous part of the Skyrit his
Roll-
guns?
Roll a persuasion on me.
Ooh.
Oh god.
I think the most dangerous part of a Skyrit is the name. It
Stop
strikes
saying
fear
it.
into the hearts of all.
16.
DM, when I'm contesting a persuasion, is it like a wisdom save, charisma save?
It's up to you. I mean, it's your like.
Isn't it insight?
It's. I mean, it's.
No, well, insight is to see like what you like to glean information off of you. You're
Honestly,
just
I
trying to
say it's
persuade
your
people.
personal. Like, if you want to set your own DC in your head based off the situation, like that's up to you. Like it. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna set how you want to roleplay your character. If you want to just have a DC set, if you want to roll against it, if you want to just
Yeah,
decide
alright.
that was high enough, that's up to you.
Yeah, roll your persuasion.
16.
16? Yeah, that's probably good enough. Wayfarer, you're supposed to back me up. This looks like a lot of fun, and we didn't get to do anything in the other city.
Well, yes, it looks like fun, but also, I don't think anyone's agreed to pay us for this job yet.
I will
Oh,
pay
yes.
you in a
I-
story and a
I-
prayer.
I always forget the payment part. It's unfortunate that nobody is offering us anything of note.
This is why Quinn is broke, because he just keeps taking jobs without discussing payment. He's too intrigued
Oh, that's
on fucking
awful.
doing his job, so he's like, fuck. And then at the end, Wayfarer's like, so what'd we make? And he's like, ah, fuck, I forgot about that part. Shit.
I would hate to see your skills wasted again for no, with no fruit for your labor.
You always have a good point. It's very annoying.
I apologize. I will work on that.
Yes, you work on that. All right. Well, I suppose we wait.
Right about.
I'll sit and watch over the prisoner just in case.
No.
Yes, I shall also watch over the prisoner. In a-
Nobody sit in the middle aisle. There was a spillage.
What got spilled again?
He threw up halfway through the
Right.
Oh,
contest.
yeah, I
You're-
forgot
oh,
about
that's
that. I
right.
forgot about that. Okay, I'm like trying to think.
You're all
Um,
not in the same car as you're like where the you're not in the same car as the
We are one car behind the VIP
Okay.
car. We're in the dining area.
I stayed in the VIP car.
You're just there smelling the
Rotting
puke.
corpses. Yeah.
You'll find out.
It's right about now that you begin to hear the engines start to hum back up, and you feel the wings tilt as the ship begins to go into a slight dive downwards as speed begins to pick up. Red lights start to flash. The blue stones blow up or glow up. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully everyone's okay. We're going to do our best to get back to Everton as fast as possible and let the proper authorities handle the situation. Once again, we do apologize for anything, and we hope that you are satisfied with your travels with Harpenkala Airways. Thank you very much. And the stone doesn't go out, and you just hear, like, a audible facepalm going, why the fuck do they make me say this? Ah, fuck, it's still on. Shit. And then it goes out.
Jazz,
Yes.
so he's like unconscious, right?
Yeah, this guy's barely alive.
Okay. So if I was to attempt to reach out telepathically, because I know he's unconscious to speak up to you, would there be anything? Like if I was to try to attempt to talk to him, like in his head?
You could try.
Okay. Oma sits across from him, like sitting on his knees. Tries not to make it look like too obvious. He kind of sits there, he sits on his knees, and then takes a deep breath in, closes his eyes, and then attempts to he's still rusty at this, so it's either gonna feel like a nice gentle hand, or it's gonna feel like someone is squeezing this guy's fucking brain. And then he attempts to make like contact, and he just asks mentally, he's like, "Is there any of you that is still there?"
This is your mind link, right?
Yeah, this would be the mind link. Yep.
Okay. Just let me double check.
It's one of the abilities I have.
You get you hear nothing back but darkness. You almost feel like as you try to reach out with your mind, it doesn't actually grab anything.
Not getting anything.
What? Sorry, what?
Thank
Not,
you.
not getting anything.
Sorry.
The sneezes got
What do you,
quieter and quieter. As like
I was like, what? That took me right out. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, sorry, I was under attack there.
So Zenora just walked over and just asked him, right?
Yeah.
What do you,
Hello.
What do you mean? I asked. I said, what do you mean?
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, did you not announce that you were being teleported?
No, I didn't announce it. No, he
Okay,
because
never
he
mind
didn't want it. He didn't want to just announce like, I'm gonna communicate with them telepathically, and everyone be like, well, what are the repercussions to that? Him be like, I don't know.
Never mind. I
He's
don't
gonna make it.
know. I'm just sitting.
He was gonna attempt to make it. Yeah.
Just
He was
sitting there.
attempting to make it look like that, but yeah. Oma kind of like lets it like an exhale. Kind of shakes his hands out and stands up, knowing that this guy is completely fucking blacked out. Goes over and actually sits back down, knowing that this guy is not gonna wake up like anytime soon.
okay. Is there anything else any of you would like to do as you guys are descending down into Everton?
I would like to try and figure out how the gun works.
Okay. Go ahead and make an intelligence check for me. And add your. You can add your proficiency bonus.
13.
15. As you're kind of like looking over the gun and whatnot, you don't see any area at the back where it can be loaded, and the only entrance into this barrel is the barrel. Is the end of the barrel itself where the bullet came out. As you feel down, as you look down into the barrel, you see what appears to be like a little spark igniter. And if you flick a rod at the back, you watch a spark kind of form. And you know that this powder has a bit of like an explosive symbol on the front of it. So you just like, you put two and two together and assume that it's basically just like a flintlock pistol where you put the powder in and then you shove the ball straight down. The ball makes a perfect seal around the outside. It almost takes a bunch of effort to stick it down in there. But eventually, I mean, it goes down and you feel like it's loaded properly.
Oh, so I just loaded it.
I mean, sorry. You know how to load it now, but
Okay.
you understand how it works. And if you wanted to load it, you could do it as an action.
And can I, like, determine what its, like, range of effectiveness would be? Like, guesstimate?
You can assume that with a barrel this long and the velocity that you felt it go through your body, probably would be effective up into the 50-foot range.
Okay.
But you get you assume that it could go farther.
It's just like basically that's the disadvantage. Cap.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then how much like powder do I have? Do I have enough for 6 shots?
About, yeah. From between the two. You assume that if you ration it well and use the right amount of powder and don't overload any of them, then you could probably get 6 shots off.
Okay, cool.
Does anyone like to do anything else?
I think during this time I will go back to my seat and sit back down, giving a nice sigh of relief and going back to my happy, normal self and going back to reading my book like nothing happened.
Fair enough.
Really, can I look at the papers that Dretch was working on? He said he was doing paperwork, I believe, or I might have misheard. Like
No,
Gretch
yeah.
was doing.
So you wander on over to where Dretch was, and on the table he's got like his briefcase open and a bunch of papers folded out, and they're mostly just quality control check forms. So it's got like a base line where it should be, and he basically just kind of like has marked off like if it's good or not, and what needs to be changed. And at the back, or kind of near the end of the papers, eventually you find a bit of information just kind of on these processing plants, like how they work. It takes the raw Dinium material, which is still kind of like arcing off a bit of energy that's absorbed from the core of Eldoria, and they take it and they basically take all of that energy out of it, and they harness it into usable power that they can then infuse into small electrical type utilities, and then from there they are able to either ship it out unfused, or they are able to fuse different arcane abilities into the Dinium and then ship it out in that form. But basically these processing plants are power facilities that harness the power inside of the Dinium when it's mined.
Speaking of Greg, is his body intact, or is it just his head that's gone?
His body's intact. His head's fucking gone for shit, but I mean his body's intact.
Alright. Well, let's just search that bad boy.
Really?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I don't know. Why should I have any qualms? Investigation, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that would be good, but it's just a 19.
Just a 19?
Yeah.
That's pretty good in my book.
I was gonna say, Jesus.
Bonus.
But yeah, so you search on in his body, and inside of it you find on his other, like you watched from one of his thighs, he pulled out a short sword, and then on the other one he's got a second one as well. So you can have 2 short swords. And along with he's got a small little coin pouch that has 5 gold in it. And he has a small little diary in his breast pocket of his once was nice suit. That just kind of like takes notes on his life, and there's a few notes in there about like how he always felt lonely, and I mean he works too much. He's always on the road. He never gets to spend any time for himself. He doesn't have any personal life because he's always working. So he jots down different feelings and how he feels like he's missing out on his life.
All right. I take it all, and I just start scribbling over his diary with pictures of Celestia.
You're a fucking monster.
Hey, man. Celestia has power.
I hate religion.
I thought I was fucked up.
And I'll go sit down.
It's about now that the city of Everton comes into sight. Wayfair and Quinn, you guys have been here before. You live here. But as the rest of you approach, you kind of approach on a bit of a sideways angle, and you get a very good view of the city. And the city is like a walled-in sentry type thing, split into 4 separate districts with a large centering tower in the center. This tower appears to go up probably in the 500-600 foot range. And then these 4 different districts are split up into just kind of subsection of what they are. Also, at the top of the tower, you see what appears to be some large castle-esque building. It doesn't appear to be like fully castellated, but just kind of like a single large building, manor type style on top of this tower. And as you eventually come down into the skyport, down in the northern section of the city, you come down to land similar to how you took off. You land on a bit of railway that has been like upwardly angled, and you come down and you land on. It's really rough landing, like when it hits, and then immediately begins to slow you down as you kind of come to almost a full halt as you're just kind of like slowly chugging. The wheels kick back in, the wings furl back inside. The rumbling beneath of your feet begins to kind of subside, as well as it just kind of you move forward along the tracks, and you eventually make your way into the port. Those of you looking out the windows immediately see large flashing lights everywhere as there are police and different like automatons with flashing red lights on top of their heads that are holding back people, kind of doing crowd control. And there are a multitude of just different police officers kind of standing around as the Skyway carriage comes to a complete halt. The blue stone up top begins to glow once again, and out comes the voice. All right, so we're here. Everyone, just kind of stay where you're at. The authorities are going to be coming on. They're going to be apprehending the individuals that we have apprehended, and then once everything's clear, they're going to give you the guys the all clear to get yourselves off, and any help that you need. Once again, thank you for sailing with the Harpenkala. You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm sorry for everything that happened. I really do apologize, and I hope that you have a better rest of your day. Thank you. And the light dissipates.
So, before all the authorities get here, I had a question for you all.
Yeah.
Ask away.
Yes.
How did you lot come to acquire your VIP tickets?
It's funny, I thought this was odd earlier, when you said that they were just given to you.
We received ours anonymously from under our doormat.
So did I.
Jazz, how did I get mine?
You were presented it to you by a small little automaton.
Okay. That.
So were the rest of you.
I find it strange. They knew that the ship would be there at that time, and this VIP carriage was apparently sold out. Yet there were only about a handful of us on it, and the captain came of that pirate, the Skyrite ship, came immediately to ours. Does someone here have beef with the Skyrites for some reason?
I feel like everyone's head just turns to Marshall.
100%.
Yep.
100%.
I shouldn't have any beef with the Skyrites, but only regular pirates.
I've made my beef with some people in my lifetime, not too long ago, but not any big organization.
Nerikoma? Quinn?
I personally am still a bit confused on why they're called Skyrets.
I don't know.
Never-
That's just what
never
everyone else
one.
was calling them.
Were you not the first one to use that term?
Me?
Yeah. No, Nayrik.
I would never. Or maybe I was.
Can I
was-
but I
inside
would never-
Narik?
it
Is
was-
Narik lying through his
No,
teeth?
No,
no.
it
It
was-
would not have been Nayrik. It might have been. It might have been
It was
Marshall.
Gretch.
It was Gretch.
Oh,
It was Gretch.
It
It was
was-
Flower.
Was it Gretch?
Actually,
I thought it was
I will-
Patience.
I'll admit, usually I am much more, much more, you know, and as I'm like trying to tell them that I was distracted by, fucking Zenora, I like look over at her and I kind of like blush a little bit.
Quinn, why is your
Oblivious.
face turning red? I
What?
don't understand.
Oh,
How does it do that?
no, it's okay. If you noticed earlier, I had a little bit of an accident. I must have gotten my head too close to the sick man, and I've contracted whatever he had.
Is that a halfling thing? I always saw people
Long
turn
as it
green or
wasn't-
blue after that.
I'm just
As long as you didn't catch Traitor, it's fine.
if you're waiting for him to answer, he is completely kind of like
No.
gone off in his own world.
When you
No,
said
it doesn't. He
accident,
just-
I
no,
thought you
Alma
meant you
made a
pissed your
passing-
pants.
Yeah,
I
Alma
will
made a
say-
passing comment from his booth.
I will say, a lot of you did handle yourselves pretty well in that fight earlier.
Yes,
Yeah,
and almost no damage was done to any of us.
That was
I
the first fight I've ever been in.
I have not been in many physical altercations in the past, but I have made sure to do. I've taken a couple classes in training. I did not have any particularly effective weapons with me.
It's right about now that the door flings open and you see a large orcish man standing there. You're the ones that apprehended certain individual.
Yes, he's over there.
Is he wearing some type of outfit? Like, is he wearing a police outfit?
He's got
Is he
he's got
wearing-
a large cap. He's got a big ass badge on his chest, and he's wearing like what appears to be like a dress type coat, similar to like what a Mountie would wear, but it's kind of like a dark navy blue.
Okay.
He's got these
Okay.
large boots that go up to his knees. All right, so gentlemen, go on ahead and lock him up, and we're gonna take him in for questioning. And the two smaller individuals, one goblin man and one human, walk on in, and they just kind of like they look at your knots, and they go to pull him, and they have like these large metal handcuffs, kind of have a bit of a blue sheen to them. I think it's tied up pretty good here, boss. Well, all right, fucking whatever you want to do, bring him on. Gotta question him, see what's up with this. Good job. Thank you. You guys did good. You okay, right? No one's hurt, nothing.
Some people were hurt. But,
Oh yeah, no, they're being tended to. I'm just more wondering about you guys. You guys all good? Everyone's okay? Because you guys did very
Very-
well, very well.
There are three
I-
dead people in the
I did-
cabin before us.
No, we're all good here.
Do you
Okay.
have any ice packs? I hit my head when I got knocked over.
Yeah, you look a little red. Yeah, I'm sure one of the EMTs outside that can help you with that.
Yes.
But for now, well done. And the professionals, we got it from here. But that's very well done. Very proud of you.
Was there a bounty on this man's head that we caught?
Well, I don't know who he is.
Well, I hand him another one of my cards. When you find out, contact me. If not, I will find out.
Oh, okay. Kind of grabs it, just shoves it in his breast pocket. He's like, yeah, sure. Good job. Well done. Thank you. Turns around, leaves.
So glad this
Are they
orc's
just
from
going
New
to
Jersey.
ignore the bodies that were left in the VIP car?
He's gone.
I
He's gone.
I do not understand. There's
How'd you
3
go,
bodies
Wayfarer?
over there.
I offer
I
a
think you
prayer to
did good.
Greg.
I've
and
set
I
up for a
thank him
potential
for his
bounty.
gifts.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they gonna do about the dead? They're dead.
I don't know, maybe transport them to a morgue or something.
Ah, the
Wayfarer,
trained
did-
people will deal with that.
Wayfarer, did you not tell me a story once about this very interesting necromantic magic that lets you speak with the dead? I wonder if anyone could do that.
I believe I recall reading about something like that, though I think it's quite advanced. I don't
Oh, that's a shame.
know of anyone who can do it.
I will write it down and bring it to the police in my report tomorrow. He looks to the rest of everyone here, and he kind of like looks at everyone in turn, and he claps his hands just once, just like well, you all did great. Nice to meet you all. Do we know what we're doing?
I suppose checking in on Gretchen?
Oh,
He's dead.
yes.
There's no checking up on him.
No, not Gretchen.
If anybody needs a place,
Is there a difference?
If anyone needs a place to wind down, there is a bar under our office. You're welcome to join us there and drink your troubles away for the night.
The
Sounds
bartender would be very appreciative if you came and spent a lot of money there.
That sounds like a lovely idea. I'm down.
I got nowhere else to be.
I wouldn't mind sleeping in a nice place tonight.
It's about now that you guys notice that Patience is kind of like standing over you, behind you. She kind of just looks up. Can I just say that I am incredibly impressed by your doing. I was somewhat nervous when I first met some of you, but I think the choice was
sorry.
wisely made.
Which one was talking?
Patience.
Oh yes, this is my job. I do this for a living.
She reaches into her breast pocket and pulls out a small card and hands it to who would kind of be closest.
Oma is sitting back at his table, unless she would go over to the rest of the... She's kind of pitching in.
Yeah, I'm sitting at my table.
I like
Take it.
cards.
Oh.
Quinn reaches out for it, and Wayfarer's like, "I'll take that."
Quinn reaches out for it and she goes to hand it to you. She's like, this is Master's address. He's very much looking forward to meeting you. I'm sure Sylvester's around here somewhere. You could probably find him outside. But
Have I?
What?
Okay, so again, Spy has been getting a little bit tired. Have I heard that name before?
Sylvester?
Sylvester?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wait, did she
she-
say my master or?
Yeah.
I heard that wrong, I think.
No.
No?
She said the
Would
master.
would the master perhaps be this Maharin person that's on your pen?
Yes. He's very anxious to meet you.
Yes, he should be good to speak with. He's still alive.
Yes. Yes, he is.
He the one who summoned us?
And she gave us a card for him.
She gave him a card. You gave you a
Like-
card with just an address on it.
Okay.
Those of you who actually didn't get your letter under the doorstep and actually received it for the automaton would recognize the name Sylvester immediately.
Really?
Oh, is that who gave us the
Yeah.
the thing? Okay. Sylvester.
I wonder. Is the little robot called Sylvester? They gave us
Yeah.
gave us the tickets.
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder why they would give me. Why involve me on anything? I'm a homeless person.
Why involve any of us? We're terrible private investigators.
Oh,
Jazz,
don't feel bad.
was
I'm
that
also
something?
homeless. I live in my office.
Well, I know why I'm involved.
What was that? Sorry, Riley.
What was his name again?
Sylvester.
Okay, there it is. Okay, perfect.
Sylvester Stallone.
That was for the like her master, right?
That is the automaton that apparently gave everybody the things. I'm assuming.
No, I was referring to the master's name.
Oh, the master.
She did mention the master.
Just has been referred to as Maharan. M-A-H-A-R-E-N.
You know, I spelled it wrong in my notes, and I'm not changing it.
As long as I can read it, I don't really care how I spell it. We have a member in our Wednesday group that will always ask how to spell something, and we're like, does it matter?
Holy fuck.
Like, how exactly do you spell that? Like, I don't care.
A one-off NPC you'll never meet again.
Anyway.
Yeah, she will begin to kind of like back into where the cockpit area type is, and just kind of disappear into the front.
What time is it?
Around noon.
It was. You were said that you were going to be arriving at about 11:30, and you had a few delays. Probably about 15-20 minutes. You can assume it's probably in the between 11:45 to noon range.
Okay. So, where to? Do we try and find this Sylvester person to lead us to Maharin, or do we go back to the bar?
I would like to meet this Sylvester.
You have met this Sylvester.
No, I'd like to speak to Sylvester.
Okay. You've met him, Lennon. So what are you guys doing? The cops have kind of given you guys the okay to disembark.
Or we be following.
Okay, well, normally I would say we could go for food, but I had reasons today, so I suppose we settle in. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose we could join the group for drinks.
I think you need a little bit more than raisins for food.
You didn't break a sweat while fighting these skyrates.
And didn't you throw up those raisins? I see them right there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they aren't even digested or chewed. You just swallowed them whole.
You know what? Zenora makes a good point. Good job. I suppose this does call for a meal. Well, let's all go see Ashes.
Yes, that horrendous encounter with the Skyrates made him forget that he.
You guys.
Well, he did say he hit his head.
You guys disembark off of the Skyway carriage, and there are cops everywhere, and they've kind of like surrounded around one area. Like I said, the automatons are kind of like doing crowd control off in the distance. As you guys enter into the main way of the little port here in the northern side of Everton, you exit out of a southern entrance and look out over the city. You're in the industrial zone of Everton. So you see the looming tower off in front of you, and then you just see a lot of different factories. There's smoke and smog kind of spewing out everywhere. Lots of loud sounds as it's kind of midday, and all these machines are working hard at doing whatever they're doing. At the bottom of the stairs, you do see a large carriage there, which is being drawn by two what look to be mechanical horse-like creatures. You, Quinn, you would have seen Quinn and Wayfarer. You would have seen these before. They're kind of like, they're basically just versions of automatons that are built to pull carriages. And they resemble horses quite a lot, aside from the fact that their faces have been removed to kind of get rid of that animalistic nature and kind of present more of a mechanical type relationship. So it's not kind of assumed that they are animals.
Not an animal.
Yeah, to evidently make it known it's not an animal. You guys exit out into the city. Yeah. What do you do?
I assume we're being led.
Do we take a vote on where to go? Or are we just following the address?
I think I'm gonna just follow the address for now.
I'm
Was
just gonna
the-
follow
were the
behind
horses
Big
not-
Bushy Marshall.
I was gonna say, were the horses? Hold on, I might have missed that. I was writing down notes. The horses, was there not a large carriage? Was that more destined for us, or was that just in general?
There's just a carriage down at the base of the steps. You don't know who it's for or nothing. There's no one standing in front of it. It's empty. It's just got the two automatons at the front of it.
Are those carriages like essentially like a taxi, or
There's not a line of
is
them.
that unnatural?
for me.
Is that unnatural to see one just kind of there?
It's something that you have seen in the past, but you often see them being pulled by carrying like noble-esque figures. Like the more rich will possess these. These aren't like taxis. Like your typical like rideshare services are usually like you have automatons that pull like little hand draw carts or whatnot. This is like a big carriage that's quite expensive.
I have a very odd feeling that is for us.
Why, is it one of yours?
Oh,
Those are
goodness,
usually
no.
for the higher class people. It's definitely not for us.
If Maharan has the ability to pull together several strangers from across the world, I believe he could potentially afford a private escort.
Well, sure,
But I
but
could be-
why do you think
but
that's
I
his?
could be mistaken.
Zenora walks to
Punch.
just walks to it, walks to the carriage.
You walk up to it, and it's you kind of like as you approach, the door slides open. And as it slides open, you just kind of see like a small hand reach around, and in front of you, like about 20 feet, because you're probably like maybe 10 steps up still, the familiar figure of Sylvester steps into the opening in the door.
Would you?
Looks up at
Would
you,
you look at that?
Zenora.
Well, glad to see that you. Glad to see that you made it all right.
I hate you so much.
Now I remember you. Okay.
So, are we out here? Are we all familiar with each other?
I mean, it's kind of like interesting how you managed to like, what? Did you just pick random people, like out in the world, and just like give these tickets to people at random?
Not at random. I methodically made my choices.
Interesting. I'm gonna
What is
ask
it?
you later about how you even know anything about me.
Okay. Like I said, did we all have a fun journey and are we familiar with each other? We made sure to purchase all the tickets so that you could have a more personal, encounter. There were a
Well,
few
the
that were
Skyrits were a fun addition.
the what?
Yeah, we were attacked by Skyrits on the way here.
That's uncommon. Why would that happen? They
I have
don't.
no idea.
They don't usually travel that high in the sky. Why?
Unfortunately, one of the passengers was sick, and we had to lower our altitude to accommodate his illness.
That is quite unfortunate. Well, I'm terribly sorry. Nothing bad came of you. Did you? No one got hurt. It looks
None
like
of us
you're all
are.
okay.
Yeah, we're all fine.
That's good. Good to hear.
Minus the Goliath.
Sorry.
There was a Goliath on board in our cart. He died, unfortunately.
Oh, how utterly tragic.
Yes, he was very lonely.
That makes it even more tragic. At least no one will miss him. Anyways,
God damn.
He stares past all of you and just stares straight at Quinn.
Quinn
Oh no.
S. Tenspark. Very difficult man to come in contact with.
Oh, well, here's my card.
I waited for you multiple days in a row at the station, and you walked past me every fucking time. The only way to get in contact with you, apparently, is to wait till your bloody assistant passes out and slip a note under your door.
Why didn't you just leave the note with the assistant?
Because every time I tried to talk to the assistant, she said she doesn't get paid enough for this shit.
Seems okay then.
Classic Gretchen. Say, why did you send us to a different city? Why did you have us go to Harpenkala before meeting here?
Well, the whole plan was to have you bond on the carriage and get to know each other. It was the master's idea.
Oh, well,
So-
I can assure you we have certainly trauma bonded.
Which I must say unfortunate, and but
Who's got trauma?
nonetheless, glad that you
There's
are here.
drama?
Us.
And the master will be very excited to be making your acquaintance. So, if you wouldn't mind stepping in, we can make our way to his quarters. If you're still up for the job.
Well, I'm always up for a job. Oh, yes. Wayfarer has reminded me. What is the pay?
I'm not at liberty to discuss any of those details, but the master would be willing to discuss compensation for your tasks.
All right then. I don't see any harm in finding out what this is. As it's been a while since we've had an interesting job.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you are all interested. I don't hear any objections.
I'm homeless, so I have nowhere to go.
I'm curious.
All of you impressed me with your skills, so I chose you personally. Now it's just up to you to impress the master.
Does that mean you were following us?
Sorry?
Does that mean you were? You said impressed with us. Does that mean that you've been following us?
Oh, my eyes have been following quite a lot of people.
Oh my goodness.
I am. It then occurs to all of you that you know that the only person who you know where they came from and got their ticket from was Quinn and Wayfarer. You know they came from Everton, but a lot of you know that you also received your tickets not near Everton, but you also know that just kind of
continent.
knowing about the way these carriages work and the way that these scheduling work, they usually don't schedule the shipments or these trips
until a couple months in advance. So in terms of traveling and like actually monitoring and picking a team, what he's suggesting that he's done is quite the feat if he's actually accomplished what he says.
I got some questions for this master.
He's got some questions for you. So, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
I guess.
Lovely. And he steps aside and ushers you all to get in.
As Oma passes Wayfarer, he kind of pats him on the back and smile. It's like, I guess it was just my lucky guess. I'm referring to Descartes being for us.
I mean, it seems you were correct. It's a good guess.
As you enter into the carriage, you basically immediately once you sit down, the carriage picks up and begins to go, and you head on south towards the central pillar, towards the tower in the center of town. And Quinn and Wayfarer, you would know that each sector, basically the entirety of the bottom of this pillar, is open, and then once you get inside of it, there are these spiraling ramps that go all the way up, and there are different buildings in this center pillar and then on the outskirts. And you know that basically like there's a bit of a lower class high density housing area in the bottom. There's a lower density, more kind of like affordable, like small family home type stuff right above that. Then there's a bunch of areas where there are construct factories in the center as well. There's a bunch of research that happens above that. There's a big barracks for the central military here, and then the nobility, the nobles and whatnot live near the top. He takes you in and up a bit of the spiral, and you look down, and you probably have gone up maybe a couple 100 feet until eventually he comes to rest at a large manor-esque thing, with large dragon head statues out front. You see the about a 3-story building before you, with a central large window at the front of the top floor, round and arcing out, almost like a study up there. And he exits out of the carriage, and kind of brings you forth, ushers you forth to step up the stairs. And as you approach the stairs, you watch as the door opens, and you see Sylvester in front of you at the door.
Like a second one?
A second one completely identical. And then you look back, and the other one's still standing at the carriage. And the one standing there goes, well, welcome on in. Come on. He steps to the side. You enter into a low-lit manor. There's like nothing but candlelight in here. There's a small fire that burns off in the corner. There's a kitchen off to the side, and a library-esque thing that you can kind of see the outskirts of in the front. And at the fireplace, sat in the front, there is what appears to be the back silhouette of a large, thick man with a kind of circular egg-shaped head. And you just kind of see the silhouette.
Oma looks around to wait to see who is going to be the first to introduce themselves.
Narek is also looking around for who was the first to introduce themselves.
Damn it, his money was on Narek. His money was on Narek to go over and introduce himself first.
Zenora will just march right in without really.
Once you guys are all inside, the door will shut behind you. As Sylvester will kind of link her off, and he kind of like stands beside the door and almost looks like he goes into some kind of like sleep mode. You then watch as you step forward closer towards the silhouette. It stands up, and you see what appears to be a large figure that resembles literally like an egg just standing in front of this sheet. And the light of the fire is reflecting off the back. There's a candle sat on a nightside table next to the chair, and he reaches down, and as he extends his arm, you see what appears to be a feather-like arm as it drapes down beneath where his actual bone structure would be. And he picks up this candle and begins to turn around to you. And as he turns around, I will gesture you to illustrations where I better have this fucking picture already.
Please have it
I
ready.
do. It's right here. You will see an owlin man, older, obviously older, seen some days, looking a bit on the worse for wear side, quite tired. You see a lot of age in his eyes. He wears this large cloak and thick rubber gloves. He stands up, turns to you. Well, it's a pleasure to be meeting you. And we'll pick up there next week.
Alrighty.
Yay.
Yay! First session.
Yeah.
I hate to ask, but will you be providing like I know you always provide like a session recap, but can you like focus a little bit heavier on the end because I've been tapped out for a while.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what happened since we got off the carriage.
No worries. I will do a fairly decent one for you.
I should be good. I just had work really early.
No,
so.
you're good. You're good. That did go somewhat longer than was originally intended, but you know what? I wasn't prepared for the combat, so that's on me. But hey, we did it. Session 1.
I thought we were gonna go till midnight.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the maximum that I want to go to. So kind of like what I see this going to is like so for my time at least like 3 to 7 PST. So that gives us like a 4-hour window, and then I want to have until 8, which is midnight for Spy and Riley and Joden, and then 11
And
for
me.
Or are you 4 hours?
I'm EST.
Not EST.
Oh, okay.
The farther one. EST is 3 hours ahead. It's 10:45 for you, isn't it?
We're Atlantic.
Yeah. It's 10:45 for you, right, Josh?
It is.
11.
It is.
Yeah. So so for them it's 11:45. They got an hour on ya. But yeah, so latest that will ever go in my mind is until 15 minutes from now. Which
That's perfectly fine.
midnight,
That's kind of what I've been thinking budgeting wise for my time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going for like realistically a 4-hour session. Like if I anywhere from like 3 hours and 45 minutes to like 4 hours and 30 minutes, if I see a place that I can end it, then I will. I just really wanted to get you guys to this point, so we could start here next time.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What do you guys think of Quinn?
He's a book nerd.
Yeah. Lots of writing.
I'm usually really bad with my vocabulary, but I managed to get it off pretty well.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. I will say I do enjoy the way that all of you physicalized and took on your characters. I'm really looking forward to this. This is going to be a lot of fun. I don't want to say significantly more happy with the start of this one than the last one, but I am significantly more happy with the start of this one than the last one.
Well, Zag wasn't there for the first.
Exactly, and that's totally why, because we were missing Zag. So of course I couldn't have liked the last session 0.
Exactly.
But yeah, so
And I mean, without being rude, you do know what you're doing this time.
Yeah, I do. That's true. So, yeah.
Now here comes the question: do we level up?
Rollies,
Of
rollies?
course not. And I'm taking away the rollies. It was fun for the
If he does anything like I'm doing, dude, we're not.
What do you mean the
leveling up for a
rollies?
while.
It was on my last campaign we did rollies at the end of it. I had 4 times advantage, so they'd roll 1d20, I'd roll 4. If they beat me, then they leveled up. We did that every session. I think they only won once.
Once. We only won once. All right, but
right
that
at the
one was enough to get you to make you get rid of it completely.
Yeah. Well, not get rid of it. It was more just like it was fun for that one because I was trying to push that one along because there wasn't really much I had planned for it. But this one, I've got a lot that I want to get through. I got a lot I want to do. I got a lot of character stuff I want to focus on. I got a lot of different I'm so fucking ready for this. So
All right.
I
Here's a
like
question.
everyone's characters. It's neat.
just give me 1 second, Spice, so I could just end the stream just so it's on a good note. Thank you for watching if you did. And it was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to starting this journey. We will we'll either see you on Sunday, or if the next one's already posted on YouTube, then go watch it. But until next time, I have been the Jazzman. This has been Natural One. Peace.